time you were made aware of that video?
I don't recall. It was certainly after I wrote the report.
It was after you wrote the report. Of course, the video itself became public in April of 2020.
Well, that's probably when I heard about it, yes.
When it hit the news, did you connect it to Mr. Arbery's case?
Well, I would have connected it to Mr. Arbery's case, yes.
Okay. So that was May or June, would that be fair to say, of 2020?
Well, I'll have to go with you because I have no recollection exactly when it was.
Okay. Did Ms. Brown, Ms. Walden, or you say at that point, oh my gosh, we have a video of the shooting, let's go back because we could amend our report?
No, I don't think anybody said that.
Okay. Was there anything preventing you from obtaining a copy of the video from Glenn County Police or the GBI so that you could look at the video and compare it to your report to see if you did want to be more accurate in your analysis of the case?
Well, there was nothing preventing us from doing it, but I don't think we saw any reason to do it.
Okay. No reason, I guess, because your report was your report.
Well, I don't understand that question.
Well, you changed your opinion on a couple matters after viewing the video.
Yes.
So when you say there was no reason to look at it in May, June, July, August, September, etc., I'm not sure I understand your answer.
Well, I can tell you when I first saw the video, it wasn't broken down into individual frames, and it was really difficult to tell exactly what was going on. It was so fast.
Okay. Did you ever contact the GBI and say, hey guys, when you slow this down, or when you do break it down or get it enhanced, call me up because I'd love to look at that?
No, I never said that.
So on February 24th, you did your autopsy and you examined the shirt as we saw in the photographs. And then the shirt was sent to the crime lab, was it not?
Yes.
To be examined by crime scene analysts, not crime scene analysts, by GBI crime lab technicians like Brian Leopard.
Well, yes.
Okay. You knew at the time you did the autopsy that Mr. Arbery was wearing the shirt, right?
Yes.
And you knew that since you were examining shotgun blasts, shotgun shots, that shirt came between the muzzle of the gun and his skin.
Yes.
Okay. Did you then at that point request Mr. Leopard to examine the shirt to see what he found in the shirt?
I did not.
Wouldn't that be standard procedure when there's an article of clothing between a shotgun or a gunshot and the skin of the individual?
No, it is not standard procedure.
Did you later learn that Mr. Leopard in fact did an examination of the shirt and came to a different conclusion than you did in terms of muzzle to target distance?
I did.
Okay. When did you first become aware of Mr. Leopard's conclusion that it was a contact or near contact wound?
I believe on September 23rd of this year.
Of 2021?
Yes.
So if he testified yesterday that he came to his conclusion, I think in June of 2021?
Yes.
He didn't call you.
That's correct.
The GBI didn't call you.
That's correct.
This Cobb County District Attorney's Office didn't call you.
That is also correct.
To see if it would make any difference. It was Laura Hogue who contacted you to see if Mr. Leopard's conclusions would impact your analysis.
Well, no, I found this out on the 23rd. Laura Hogue contacted me on the 29th.
Of September?
Of September, yes.
Okay. Prior to, well, you found out from who?
Well, we had a pretrial meeting with the prosecutor, and Brian Leopard was there.
Okay, so that's the first time, September of this year, a couple months ago, is the first time you understood.
That's correct.
Okay. For everybody's concern, I'm not going to touch the shotgun in evidence, but I have a very pore simulation, just a piece of tubing.
Okay.
Your initial analysis of target to muzzle distance was 3 to 4 feet,
That's correct.
based on the wounds that you saw.
That's correct.
And 3 to 4 feet would be approximately this distance.
From where to where?
Well, I'm sorry, from here to the front of the bench. That look about right?
Looks a little long. Yeah, probably about there.
Does that look
Yeah.
about right?
Yes.
That's a big difference in analyzing a case from inches.
Yes.
Okay. When you examined Mr. Arbery, I think you testified that he was 5'10", 164 pounds, muscular.
Yes.
And you may not have testified it, but you found in your examination you had tattoos along both arms. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Did you analyze that tattoos at all and provide that information to law enforcement?
I did not. We photographed the tattoos, though.
And provided your photographs to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. He was wearing tan cargo shorts.
Yes.
He had on a camouflage bandana, right?
Around his neck, yes.
And a tan bandana.
Yes.
Also around his neck or somewhere
Yeah,
else?
around his neck.
So 2 bandanas. In examining his body, did you note that his toenails were very long and dirty?
I did.
You've testified to the 3 wounds that you found. Center
Yeah.
chest, left upper shoulder armpit area,
Yes.
and I know these are not the technical terms that you...
No, those are fine.
And then the right wrist going from thumb to pinky graze along the right hand.
Yes.
Am I saying that right? I think you used the term radial to ulnar,
Radial to ulnar or thumb to little finger.
thumb to little finger. And would it be accurate to say that the path was along that way, or are you saying it was
No,
this way?
the path was, it was kind of triangular, and it was, the axis would be perpendicular to the long axis of the arm.
Could you show that again for the jury?
Well, we have a picture of it. I think that would be the best way to show it.
You want me to go through 1,095 pictures?
And I don't. Maybe I could do it.
Well, let me see if I can easily access the photo. Oh, it's right on top.
Okay, that's the picture.
So is it going like that?
Well, I think the picture speaks for itself.
Well, I'm asking you if
Well-
you could help us here.
Why don't you let him sit down, maybe use a pen to show what he would describe.
No problem with that at all. Dr. Donahue, can you step down and maybe help us?
Step down.
If you sit down, the document's right there on the document camera.
Okay,
Let me get this door for you.
thank you.
And Mr. Rubin, will you say which exhibit number?
State's Exhibit 12.
Okay, State's Exhibit 12 shows the wrist and the thumb.
You're
and-
gonna do me a favor and just put your pen so we can see it on the board.
Okay, there it is.
Okay.
And that is going from the thumb side to the little finger side.
Okay. And I guess my question is that like straight across?
It's
Or is it at an angle?
It looks like it's a triangular wound. It's expanding as it goes farther.
Okay. And so what does that tell you about that wound?
Well, it tells you that it probably started on this side and the shot dispersed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. You knew at the time of your report in April that the gunshot wounds on Mr. Arbery's body were the result of a struggle over a shotgun.
Yes.
Okay, and you knew that from the information gathered by, I think you said, Alexis Brown.
Let me just check on that. Well, it says an altercation that resulted in him being shot multiple times.
Well, it says a struggle over the shotgun in your report, does it not?
In my report.
On page page 5 of your report, didn't you state that the 25-year-old black male Ahmaud Arbery died of multiple shotgun wounds sustained during a struggle for a shotgun?
Yes.
Okay. So you were aware at the time you wrote the report that there was a struggle over a gun.
Yes.
You were aware, were you not, that Mr. Arbery in fact had his hand on the shotgun?
Well, if there was a struggle, I guess he did. I didn't have any video of the incident.
Okay. And the video wouldn't change that. You saw, in fact, in the video and in the frame-by-frame, a struggle over the gun.
Right.
Okay. You saw in the frame-by-frame that Mr. Arbery had his hand on the shotgun, correct?
Yes.
You saw in the video and in the frame-by-frame that even with the wound to the wrist, Mr. Arbery was able to swing punches and hit Travis McMichael.
Yes.
Nothing about the radial artery or the wound that we saw in Exhibit 12.
Ulnar artery.
What did I say? Radial artery, not radial artery, ulnar artery.
Yes.
Okay, nothing about that wound, the blood spurting, or any other damage to the tissue prevented Mr. Arbery from holding the gun with one hand and swinging and hitting Mr. McMichael with the other hand.
That's correct.
Of course, as the medical examiner, it's not your concern of what led up to that moment.
I'm not sure I understand that question.
You don't know what happened at Larry English's house.
No.
You don't care what happened at Larry English's house.
Well, I don't know that I don't care.
Because you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't ask about what happened at Larry English's house. No one reported it to you.
Well, there was television coverage of that.
I mean officially.
Oh, no, officially, no.
Okay. It wouldn't change your opinions in this case. You're looking at the body and reporting as a scientist what you see on the body.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you ever reconcile with Brian Leopard why you came to the conclusion that the chest wound that you examined, that the target to muzzle distance of the chest wound, in your opinion, is from 20 to 3 inches, and Mr. Leopard's opinion is it's either a contact or near contact, which he describes as an inch? Did you ever reconcile that?
Well, I told him that I thought that he was shot through the wrist in front of the chest. And no, I guess we never reconciled that. Although, I felt because we kind of agreed because we both said it could be a close contact wound.
So the one area of agreement that you have in your muzzle to target distance is you both agree it's at some point it could be within an inch or inch to 3.
It's possible, yes.
Okay.
I said 3 inches. Yeah.
You said 3,
Yeah,
but he testified to 1, and you disagree with that opinion.
Well, I don't disagree with it, but my opinion is 3.
Okay.
Because you have the wrist there, you can't get any closer.
So let's talk about that for a second.
Okay.
You were asked by the GBI back in May if you could determine the sequence of shots.
Yes,
And through Shannon Walden, you reported to Lawrence Kelly, that's his right name, Agent Kelly, that you could not determine sequence of shots, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You were asked actually by the FBI in July of 2020 if you had an opinion about the sequence of shots, right?
Yes,
And you reported to the FBI that no, you don't have an opinion as to sequence of shots, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, by July of 2020, certainly you were aware there was a video.
yes.
Did you say to the FBI, you guys, if you want an opinion, bring me the video and I'll look at it for you?
Well, that's not how it runs. Usually there's a prosecutor who will contact us and we'll talk about the case, and at that time it might come up, but we don't continue to work on these cases if there's nothing happening.
Okay, but you were being contacted now by 2 investigative agencies and asked your opinion. You were aware they wanted your opinion about this.
Well, I'm not sure why they wanted my opinion about it. In fact, the people should know generally we do not have opinions about the order of the shots.
It actually is something that's fraught with danger for a medical examiner to give an opinion about
Well,
the order of shots.
the medical examiner just can't do that. I don't know how he could do it.
Right.
This is an exceptional circumstance where there's a video.
Right, all right. And that's what you told the FBI is, we don't do that. That's not something our office does.
Correct.
But once you were provided the video, you now, as you've testified, do have an opinion about the order of shots.
Yes.
Okay, and it's based on your analysis of the frame-by-frame photographs from the video.
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. Dunikoski posed to you a couple hypotheticals of how Mr. Arbery's wounds were in fact inflicted, right? One question was, could the wound to the wrist, which you've described now for the jury and shown them, have occurred because Mr. Arbery swiped the gun and somehow the shot was from his thumb to his pinky?
Well, that's not exactly what she asked me. I don't, and I think I answered that question with a no, didn't
I think you did.
I? Okay.
Okay. Another alternative explanation, would you agree, is that Mr. Arbery in fact grabbed the gun, and when the gun was pulled back and fired, it could have caused the injury.
That could have happened, yes.
And that is consistent with
The injury is to the wrist, though.
would have been more like that?
Yes.
Okay. And that's consistent with the video and the frame-by-frame analysis that you've seen in this case?
Well, I don't know. I couldn't see where that happened. It happened in front of the truck. So-
Right. So you're doing your best to give opinions, but you really couldn't see.
Well, I know the location of the wound, and I know that it bled. And
So when you do see the wound to the wrist, it's already to the left of the truck as we're facing.
well, I don't know that all I see is the blood coming from the wound at the wrist.
Right. And I mean, that's what informed you was the blood,
Right.
the arterial spurt.
Yes.
Okay. My question is it consistent with the wrist wound for Mr. Arbery to have grabbed the gun and the gun been pulled back by Mr. McMichael when it was fired?
That's possible.
That would have explained both the injury to the wrist and the injury, the close contact or near contact or 3-inch wound or distance.
Allow
that you-
room for the wrist, and we're
Right.
agreed.
Couple inches.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Rick, was all the jury able to see that video?
You testified today. By the way, I don't know, from looking at the video in your analysis for this case, did you determine how many times Mr. Arbery punched Mr. McMichael?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't count it?
I did not.
Okay. In testifying about Mr. Arbery's actions after being shot, let me back up a second. You watched the video and saw him, despite having a shotgun wound to the chest, which was fatal,
The chest and the wrist, yeah.
and the wrist, he's still able to push Mr. McMichael through the truck off screen from the video,
Yes,
some 10 feet or more from what you can see on the video.
yes,
Still able to punch and grab the gun at the same time he's punching from the video.
yes.
And you described the adrenaline that Mr. Arbery could have had, which could explain why he's able to continue doing that.
Yes,
And I think you described it as a fight or flight response.
that is correct.
Now, again, you don't know what preceded what you saw on the video, right? In terms of what Mr. Arbery had been doing beforehand.
Well, there's a lead into the video. He was obviously running.
He was running towards Mr. McMichael.
He was running toward the truck.
Well, did you see Mr. McMichael in the video?
Yes.
Okay. He's actually running towards Mr. McMichael, is he not?
Well, I don't know that he was running toward Mr. McMichael. He went around the right side of the truck.
Went around the right side of the truck and then cut left.
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you see to the right of Mr. Arbery a yard, a neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not saying in looking at the video that he couldn't have continued to run, right?
Objection, speculation, and by the way, I think the jury can go ahead and see and determine what Mr. Arbery could or could not have done.
I think Dr. Donahue's testimony was in describing fight or flight that after he could no longer flee, he could fight. And I'm asking him, is there any evidence that Mr. Arbery could no longer flee?
So you're asking what that's based upon?
What his testimony was based upon.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What, could you repeat the question?
Sure. I believe you testified on direct examination that someone in the fight or flight mode, when they can no longer flee, can fight.
They can,
Okay?
yes.
You didn't see any evidence that Mr. Arbery could no longer flee, right?
Well, no, I didn't.
Okay. You examined his body. He was a muscular 25-year-old man, right?
Yes,
Looked to be in good shape from the autopsy, physical shape.
yes,
Okay. And so there was nothing physically preventing him from continuing to run, right?
no,
And nothing, in fact, from the video you examined from the neighborhood preventing him from running.
that's correct.
Okay. You described the basis for the adrenaline dump and cortisol running through his veins as caused by stress.
Or
right?
fear.
Or fear,
Yes,
anger.
anger too, yes.
Okay. And you have no idea what he was afraid of at that point in time, correct?
Well, there's a man holding a shotgun out there.
Right? So could have been afraid of being shot.
And there was a man following him in a pickup truck.
Right? Could have been afraid of being caught.
Caught, I don't understand.
Do you know if Mr. Arbery was afraid of being caught?
I don't.
Right? You don't know what you don't know.
Well, yes, I don't know what I don't know.
Okay. You testified that there was nothing that could be done on scene that could save Mr. Arbery's life. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
The phrase you used when you talked to us in March is he was essentially dead before he hit the ground.
Yes,
Okay. Excuse me 1 minute. Thank you, Dr. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Any additional questions from the defense?
Not from Mr. McMichael.
Not from Mr. Bryant.
Any redirect from the state?
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further from the state. Of course, we reserve the right to recall the doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. You can go ahead and step down. You are subject to recall.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is noon. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. We'll break until 1 o'clock, and then we'll continue with the evidence at that time. Thank you.
All right, for the jury. Please seated.
Now the state for recess
No, Your Honor.
from Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
Very on.
From Mr. Ryan.
There you are.
All right, we're in recess then until 1 o'clock. Thank you. right, we're back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Let everybody get settled for just a second. Nope, we're not on yet. All right, now we're on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. All right, everybody settled in. Anything from the state before we just move forward?
Nothing from the state?
From Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael?
No, yeah.
From Mr. Brown?
Your Honor, we still have the motion from this morning before Your Honor. I believe the court has discretion if and when the court wants to hear from us.
Which, now I've got a matter under advisement, which was the, I'll just generally refer to it as the certified records that the court was looking at.
Your Honor, I believe I referred, Your Honor, earlier today to the motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors and otherwise interfere with a fair trial. That was a somewhat lengthy motion that I filed.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it just hasn't clicked in my head yet. I was waiting for it to come up so I can review it. I took a quick look through a paper copy. It looks like there's a bunch of citations in it. That is too under advisement. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's stay ready with this next witness then.
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Please state it.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch. I understand we are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case from the state.
Yes, Judge. State calls Agent Brian Smith.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Will you go ahead and please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is David, D-A-V-I-D, Bryan, B-R-Y-A-N, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation assigned to the Region 3 field office.
Okay, and what does Region 3 cover?
There are 9 counties that are generally in southwest Georgia, Americus, which is Sumter County, Lee County, Crisp County, Marion County, Stewart County, Webster County, Chattahoochee County, generally southwest Georgia, not as far south as like Thomasville, but southwest Georgia.
Okay. And you said you were a assistant special agent in charge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And specifically, could you break that down a little bit more into your day-to-day duties?
Yes, sir. So I am an assistant special agent in charge. GBI office generally has 5 to 7 field agents, which are basically state law enforcement investigators. If you imagine a normal police department has investigators and uniformed guys and ladies. At the state level, the Georgia State Patrol would be the uniformed guys, and the GBI would be the investigators for the state police. Most field offices, the primary responsibility is to assist local agencies with resources and investigations in which they request resources, be it investigative resources, crime scene resources, or other technical resources. So that's generally what a GBI office does, is we assist local agencies with violent crime investigations, crime scene investigations, crimes against children, and other types of more serious crimes. In each office, there is a special agent in charge, and then there is an assistant special agent in charge. The special agent in charge is over the office. He's kind of like the police chief of a really small department. And then the assistant special agent in charge, which is what I do, I handle operational supervision task, as well as some administrative tasks, as well as the other title, I guess, that I have is I'm also the crime scene program coordinator, which means I'm responsible for training and assisting, just as I mentioned how you have 15 regional offices throughout the state. Each one of those offices has 2 crime scene investigators assigned to that office. So in addition to the administrative duties for the Region 3 office, I also assist with training, equipping, and in-service training for the 15 or 30 crime scene specialists throughout the state.
At some point, were you asked to become involved in the investigation of the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay, you can go ahead and tell the jury what your involvement was?
Yes, sir. So on May the 6th, 2020, I responded to the Satilla Shores neighborhood area here in Glenn County for 2 purposes. One, to do what is called digital mapping, which is using 3D laser scanners to digitally map the entire neighborhood, and then to use what are called small unmanned aerial systems, or drones for what most people know them as, to collect video footage and still photographs of the entire neighborhood. So basically digitally mapping, collecting videos and still frames of the entire neighborhood where this incident occurred.
Okay. And you mentioned a drone, or what was the other name you gave?
So they're technically called small unmanned aerial vehicles. But
Okay. And were you trained in the use of these vehicles?
Yes, sir. So law enforcement agencies do not fall directly under the Federal Aviation Administration's what's called Part 107 requirements, where you have to basically have what's considered a pilot's license, but you couldn't really fly a real plane, but it's considered a pilot's license to operate small, and I'm just going to start saying drones, because saying small and manned aerial vehicles over and over again gets tongue twisting. The GBI has an 8-hour training program, as well as monthly in-service training requirements that we are required to fly the drones and operate the cameras and do digital mapping with them at least once a month. Most law enforcement agencies that use drones have what's called a COA, or a certificate of authorization, which allows them to use drones for law enforcement purposes. So some of the I'll say red tape for flying drones, which is really red tape for safety purposes that does not directly apply to us. We have to contact what's called the NOTAM notification, where they call any nearby airports where there are flight towers to let them know that we're operating a drone for law enforcement purposes. That gives us that authorization. So it's not the same type of authorization that civilians would have to get, but we do have training and have authorization through the federal government to operate drones for law enforcement purposes.
Okay. Leading up to the day you went out there to take these drone videos,
Yes.
were you briefed on some of the facts of the case, or how do you know what you were going to do when you got there?
Yes, sir. I was generally briefed on where the incident began, where the incident moved to, where the incident moved back to, where the incident moved to, where the incident, I guess, became final. So I was pointed out a number of residences that were landmarks, for lack of a better word, where certain things happened, certain movement points were established and all of that. So I used that as kind of my beginning and moving points of areas of focus where to map and to collect videos.
Okay. Did you or did a team get together and decide what sort of height to fly this drone at? Can you tell the jurors what height you did and how you decided to do that?
So the peat moss and the oak trees made that decision a lot easier. I'm sure if any of you've had plenty of experience with that, and over in Albany we have the same sort of thing. The problem, I say the problem, for digital mapping and flying in the Satilla Shores neighborhood, y'all have these really beautiful oak trees that make the canopies. Well, the problem, if you get above those, you really can't see the street below them. And then depending on the time of the year, the peat moss will be hanging down, so you can't put your drone very high either. So it creates a fairly small window of usually between 5 feet and 7 or 8 feet above the ground, which is where I did the majority of the videos, because again, if you get above the trees, you have these canopies that make it very difficult to actually see the roadways and see the geography on the roads. And then if you get under the peat moss, you have to, and that's where in some of these videos you'll see the drone going along, and then it'll have to do this and do this and do this a little bit, because you have to, get around the peat moss.
Okay. And how did you decide what speed to fly the drone at?
I tried to go as slow as I could. One of the things that you learn as a crime scene investigator is that if you're going to take video, you have to go really, really slow with it, because if you just take a video camera and swing around, one, it's going to make the viewer sick from motion sickness, and two, the lens and the aperture actually doesn't have time to reset to get the lighting and all that kind of stuff. So you have to do it really slowly.
And can you give a general description of the route you took? You don't necessarily have to give street names, but kind of could you walk them through what you
So
did?
you don't want me to use street names?
You can if you remember them, or if you have them documented.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so I began on Satilla, where the house that was under construction that has been part of this case. I started the first drone video right there where I'm looking at the house that's under construction, and then I turned south and moved down the roadway very slowly to the McMichael's house, turned toward the McMichael's house, and then back towards the road, back down to the main intersection where Satilla, Burford, and Holmes all come together. And then there's another video segment that goes down.
There's a map that actually the defense produced today. Could you go ahead and hold this, if you can, and point to the parts on the map that you're talking about to orient the jurors?
Yes.
And Agent Smith, we have 2 jurors back here, so if you could just make sure, there you go.
Okay. Can I?
Or I can
stand
hold
up?
it for you.
No, it's good. I'm good. Got it.
Don't fall over.
Yeah, it won't be the first time. So you can see where Satilla, Holmes, and Burford all come together. Right here, man, can you see that? Right. Can you gentlemen see that? Okay. So I started right down here, and I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers right here on my notes, but I started down here on Satilla where the house that was under construction was. I took a video clip basically coming down this way where I stopped in front of the McMichael house and then turned and went back to this main intersection, and then had another video where we start at this main intersection where the final incident occurred, went down Burford to Mr. Bryan's house, and then turned around and came back. And then another video that goes down Holmes to where the incident transitioned from one direction to another and came back to the.
Now, were these videos taken in short segments? Were they long segments? Describe to the jurors how you decided to do that.
So the particular drone that I was using was an Inspire 2 by DJI, which is one of the more popular drone manufacturers. It has the particular drone that we have uses a Zenmuse 7 camera that is it's actually a cinematography quality video and still frame camera. I don't have the megapixel specs right here with me, but it's a pretty high quality camera. So when you're shooting the videos, they wind up being pretty large files. I want to say they were 6, 8, 10 gigabytes per video, which is why if I had tried to do all the way down Satilla, all the way down Burford, back up Burford, up Holmes, and back down Holmes, I would have created a video file that was so large it would have been virtually impossible to do anything with it, which is why we wound up doing it in segments based on not only what information I had been given about where segments of the incident occurred, but just the sheer file size would have been difficult to transfer and all that sort of stuff.
Do you know how many videos you ultimately took?
I collected 25 video clips. I don't mind saying, as you were asking earlier, the PMOS and all that kind of stuff made some of the video clips shorter and wound up being a little more jumpy than I wanted them to be. So some of the video clips were to some degree repetitive in that I was trying to keep the video very still and moving slowly and all that. But we collected 25 video clips.
Okay. And at some point before the trial, you and I met, or you met with our team, and we went over those videos. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And did we show you a set number of videos that we were going to plan on using in trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you reviewed those with us?
Yes, sir.
And are those true and accurate copies of the videos that you took?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Judge, at this time, state moves to place State's Exhibit 128 into evidence, and that is a flash drive containing the 7 videos that we plan on tendering in court. And I have the names of them. I'll have the officer point out.
128. No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection.
I'm just going to pull them up real quick. We won't play them all the way through with you, Agent Smith. There's 8 here, but is there a duplicate?
The R. Bryan route finish.
There is one duplicate file on here, but do these look like the 7 that we went through?
The icons do appear familiar to me, yes, sir.
Agent Smith, is there anything else that you did during the investigation of this case?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Judge, at this time, we'll pass the witness. No questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
No question, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. You are subject to recall. Thank you.
They call Jessica Hamilton.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's right.
Good, have a seat.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Doing well. Could you go ahead and spell and state your name for the record?
Jessica Hamilton, Jessica Hamilton.
All right, ma'am. And where do you work?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, and what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
I've been with the Bureau for 10 years and I've been doing crime scene for 9 years.
Okay. And tell the jurors about some of your training that you have in crime scene.
Okay, I'm post-certified. I've also gone through the GBI's Special Agent School. I've also attended the National Forensic Academy in Tennessee. And then I have other just training different areas of crime scene.
And does your training include on-the-job training, that sort of thing?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what is your current assignment and like, what office are you out?
I'm in Region 14, which is in Kingsland.
At some point last year, did you become involved in the investigation of the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
I did.
Okay. Could you go ahead and tell the jurors how you first became involved?
When I first got involved, I was doing some of the neighborhood canvassing and stuff like that.
Okay. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
What areas of Glenn County or the neighborhoods did you canvass, if you remember?
We did Satilla Shores, Royal Oaks, and I'm not certain on the name of the other neighborhood.
Fancy Bluff?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to different individuals, right? Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In addition to neighborhood canvassing, did you do anything with the physical evidence involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your main role with some of the physical or the forensic evidence in this case?
I picked up evidence that was collected by Glenn County, and I transported evidence either to our office or to the crime lab.
And is that something that crime scene investigators do often as part of your job, is to transport materials or evidence interagency?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know the purpose of doing that?
To transport it to the crime lab to get it tested or to secure it in that evidence room.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term chain of custody?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors very briefly, because I think they've heard a little bit about this, but what chain of custody is?
The chain of custody shows the transfer of evidence from once it comes into law enforcement's custody. It then, each time it changes hands, if I was the one to collect it and then I transfer it to the evidence room, it will show each change of hands that it goes through.
And is that to prevent things like tampering with evidence, that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you have an opportunity to pick up a shotgun in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors what you did with that?
I transported it to the crime lab.
Okay. Do you remember what type of shotgun or anything like that?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Because you weren't involved with any of the analysis of that?
No, I was just transporting it.
Okay. Do you remember transporting any sort of ballistic evidence?
Yes, I believe I didn't collect. I transported the wadding from a shot shell and a shot shell.
Okay. You said a shot shell and a wadding?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And feel free, if you can't remember exactly what you
Yes.
transported, you can go ahead and
Yeah.
look at your notes, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you remember transporting any sort of clothing?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you remember transporting?
Let me refer to my notes.
Sure, not a problem.
I transported Travis's clothing and his boots.
When you're transporting evidence, is there anything you do to the evidence itself to make sure that you're able to document and log what you're...
We barcode it with our barcodes.
Okay. Do you happen to remember the barcode numbers, or not remember? I don't think you're going to remember,
No,
but
I don't remember.
do you have them in your notes?
I do have them in my
Okay,
notes.
let's start with the shotgun. Do you know the serial number or the barcode number that you put for the shotgun?
The shotgun barcode would be CC06014.
And then what about the shot shell? Or shot shell?
Shell. Give me just a second.
Not a problem.
Is CC06015.
Okay, is there another number for another shell?
There's also CC06017.
And then what about the shot cut or the wad?
CC06016.
And what about the clothing?
The clothing is CC06018, and then the boots are CC06019.
Did you also have occasion to do anything with any cell phone evidence in this case?
I believe I picked up some from Glenn County and then transported it to another agent.
Okay, do you remember what you picked up?
I believe it was cell phone data
Okay.
or analysis.
Do you remember who you picked it up from?
Parker Marcy,
Okay. And who did you give it to?
Lawrence Kelly.
And Lawrence Kelly, is that a GBI agent?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you remember doing anything with call record evidence?
I believe I picked up the records from Parker Marcy as well.
Okay. And are those call reports?
Yes.
In addition to transporting evidence to and from agencies, are part of your duties as well to photograph scenes, evidence, that sort of thing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that you may have searched or photographed, okay?
Okay.
Did you photograph any sort of vehicles in this case?
I did.
Okay. What did you photograph?
I photographed Travis's F-150 truck, and then I also photographed Roddy's Silverado truck.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 279 through 282. Through 283. Can you go ahead and take a look at this, look at these, and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are photographs I took.
Okay. And could you go ahead and tell the jurors where you took those?
These were at my office in Kingsland.
Did you have anything to do with the transportation of that truck to or from the Kingsland location?
No, I did not.
Okay. And, Your Honor, at this time, State moves to place State's Exhibit 279 through 283 into evidence?
Yes.
Maybe take a quick look at this.
And while they're looking at the photographs, do you remember what date you took the photographs on?
Let me refer to. That would have been on May 18th of 2020.
While they're looking through the pictures, did you also perform any sort of search on the vehicles at all?
On Travis's truck, yes, I documented the exterior and interior of the truck.
Okay. And when you say documented it, walk them through that process.
Okay, so when I documented, I photographed all the way around the entire vehicle on the exterior and also on the interior of the vehicle, just documenting everything that is on or in the vehicle.
Judge, we have tendered states 279 through 283.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Go ahead.
For the record, I'm putting on State's Exhibit 279. Could you go ahead and tell the jurors what you did here?
This is a photograph of the front of his truck.
Photograph 280.
This is just a side view of his truck.
State's Exhibit 281.
This is the back of the truck.
State's 282.
This is just showing the toolbox of the truck.
And State's 283.
This was paperwork that was found in the truck.
Right here. And what does that show?
It's kind of hard to see. The registration.
Is there anything else that you did in terms of either searching or documenting Travis Michael's truck?
No.
Did you have a chance to go and perform a search on any other locations during this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, could you go ahead and tell the jurors what locations you searched?
I
Participated in the search
I
of?
participated in the search of the McMichael's home and in Roddy's home.
You said Roddy's home?
Yes.
Do you remember the addresses?
I can refer back. Let's see here. I'm not certain on the address of the McMichael's house, but Roddy's house was 307 Burford Drive in
Okay.
Brunswick.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139 and 140. Could you go ahead and take a look at these and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, these are photographs I took.
And what are they photographs of?
These are photographs of Roddy's home.
Okay, and are they a true and accurate representation of the photographs you took?
Yes, they are.
And do you remember what day you went out and did that?
That would have been on May 21st of 2020.
Your Honor, this time State moves to place State's Exhibit 139 and 140 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State's Exhibit 139. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of his home.
And 140.
This is just another view. This is showing the garage.
In addition to the outside of the house, did you search inside of 307 Burford?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what did y'all collect during your search?
We collected several different electronics.
And what did y'all do with those electronics?
We transported them back to our office, and then they were taken to be examined.
By other agents?
Yes.
In addition to doing search warrants and photographing the houses and the trucks, is there anything else that you did in terms of video or pictures?
Yes, I did aerial photographs of Satilla Shores neighborhood.
And when you say you did aerial photographs, tell the jurors what exactly you did.
Okay, I was in a helicopter and we flew over the neighborhood and took photographs of the neighborhood from the helicopter.
Just 1 second. Record showing the defense states exhibit 165 through 187. And when you're up there in the helicopter, you have a pilot,
Yes,
you have other agents with you?
there was another agent, yes.
Okay. And did y'all take explain to them a little bit more how y'all went around the neighborhood and how you decided, what pictures to take, that sort of thing?
Okay, we went all the way around so we could get view of the entire neighborhood from different angles. So we kind of just flew in a circle around the whole neighborhood.
Okay. And were you using a still camera, a video?
I was using a still camera.
And once you're done photographing the scene from above, what do you do with those pictures?
The pictures are then taken and attached to our summary.
Attached to a case file?
Yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you what the markers is. Exhibit 165 through 187. Can you take a look at these photographs and tell me if you recognize what they are?
These are photographs that I took.
And are they a true and accurate representation or copy of the photographs you took that day?
Yes, they are.
And what day was that you went out there? Do you remember?
That would be, give me just a second.
Not a problem.
That was on May 7th of 2020.
Judge, at this time, state move to place State's Exhibit 165 through 187 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
We're not going to go through every picture, but I'm just going to pick a few,
Okay.
okay? Do I have permission to publish these pictures?
Go ahead.
What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the Satilla Shores neighborhood.
It states 182.
This is also another photograph of the neighborhood, and in this photograph you can see the entrance on the left side.
Where my pin is?
Yes,
Is that the entrance?
yes.
Just 1 second, Your Honor. Your Honor, this time state will pass the witness subject to redirect.
All right, can we approach?
We can go ahead and have you step into the jury room.
All rise for jury. Please seated.
All right, I'm going to ask that you just go ahead and take a step out in the hallway, and we'll call you back in for your testimony. Okay. She's good. All right, what I understand then, Mr. Sheffield, is that you're going to ask her about a list that she pulled as part of her duties with the GBI.
Right, we were given this information from the state. It's maybe we have it under state's witnesses as part of the work that this particular agent did. She was asked, and I think she just testified, she was asked to pull some reports. She populated a list of those reports, which start at 7/1/19 and end on 2/23/20. And also, she pulled the documents associated with those reports. So those were part of her case file, and I think she labeled it maybe as Exhibit 96, or it was labeled as Exhibit 96 in the GBI's file. I have a number of those reports that I contend are relevant that deal with neighborhood patrol, extra patrol, and suspicious persons. I've gone through them, and by category, Your Honor, and I have the certifications of them as business records from the clerk, but I have them as neighborhood patrol, starting on 7/5/19, going through to 2/19/20, and there are approximately 6, 7, 8, 20 of these. Then, Your Honor, I have trespassing, and some of these trespassings we've seen already. One from 10/25 on 220 Satilla. That's actually all that is. It's just related to 220 Satilla, but she pulled it. And then, Your Honor, I have extra watch, which starts, the earliest is, well, not the earliest, but the one that I have that's in compliance with what she did was November 18th. It looks like there's 3 documents that deal with the extra watch all around the same residence of 220. I don't have to tender all 3, but they have different times on them, I guess. So that makes them relevant because there's extra watch happening at different times. Then I have suspicious persons, starting on 7/13, going through, the last one is dated 2/13, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 of these within her relevant time period. And then there are, I think, the documents that we may have spoken about already, a burglary on 7/1/19, and entering auto on 12/8. Another theft entering auto on 1/20, that's for Travis McMichael. I would move these into evidence, Your Honor, and strictly be using essentially the dates and the nature of the call. These are not documents that would go out with the jury, but they are reflective of what she did and gathered. And now on cross, I would seek to admit them as the complete part of her testimony with these certifications. I wanted to bring that to the court's attention before I just did it, since I know the court is working through this.
From the state?
I'm going to ask that the lawyer who's dealing with the witness present for the state, please.
Well, she argued the motion earlier today, and this is exactly the same issue.
But we're on a different issue now. We're on cross-examination with certified records.
I'll permit the state to argue it's. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Once again, ambushed with this stuff being handed to me at 8:30 this morning to have this witness testify to it. First off, saying she pulled them, what she did was she requested that the Glenn County Police Department provide her with these records. They were then provided to her. She then provided them to Special Agent Dial. Special Agent Dial reviewed all of these records, some of them twice. He then testified about these records at the preliminary hearing initially. So at this time, questioning this witness, I'm afraid, is going to end up in a lot of, yeah, I pulled all of these, and then we're going to go through each and every one of them with dates and the nature of the call. Well, Judge, if we're going to do that, then the state is going to want to have Special Agent Dial actually delve into this. It appears we're talking about the trespassings at 220 Satilla Drive. All of that's already in, including the 911 calls, including officers who responded have already testified. The extra watch on 11/18 is also related to 220 Satilla Drive. So after 11/18, we have some people doing extra watches in the neighborhood. Totally logical. The suspicious person reports I'm concerned about. I did review the stack that Mr. Sheffield said for me to look at. And once again, we've got some concerns because this is personal stuff. I need to go ahead and once again look at exactly which 9 we're talking about. But I think Agent Dial should be able to delve into, when we say suspicious person, we're not talking about Ahmaud Arbery. We're talking about 2 white people. When we talk about suspicious person, we're not talking about Ahmaud Arbery. We're talking about a contractor van in my driveway. When we're talking about suspicious person, we're talking about some unknown car that's there, and oh yeah, that's my brother. He's supposed to be there. So I think it's disingenuous to say, oh, suspicious person calls, and it's just that's the nature, without actually saying, well, the nature was some personal problems that these individuals had on their properties. The burglary on 7/1, once again, that was a false alarm. Nothing happened there. 12/8's the Herndons. We've already had Officer Rash testify about the Herndons and the white people that were doing it and the posting to Facebook. And then 1/1 is Travis McMichael. So I guess the state's request is, if this is allowed and we're going to go through this, then the state wishes to go ahead and really go through it and dive deep into exactly what sort of suspicious stuff was going on. Because it's disingenuous to say suspicious people, and then what they're going to argue is the neighborhood was under attack, and that suspicious person, of course, had to be Ahmaud Arbery. There's no other suspicious person in the neighborhood unless they understand that this suspicious person was my brother. This suspicious person was a contractor. This suspicious person was some kids in the neighborhood. There's actually a call for suspicious person on 4 kids hanging out in a driveway. So that's the kind of thing that if we're going to do this, the state has no problem, but let's do it right, and put in exactly what kind of suspicions the people in Satilla Shores had. So we would just, if we're going to do it, the state would like to be able to go into the underlying facts of this with these certified copies to demonstrate to this jury the nature of what they're trying to intimate here. Thank you.
The state has called this agent who did this work. So let's begin with that. This is the work of this agent. We didn't call this agent. Number two, I have no problem with the state responding to evidence that the defense puts in. We have not sought to bar them from doing so. They can dive as deep as they want. I can be specific on the suspicious persons. We have an automobile break-in the area, made contact with the homeless man under the bridge. This is a subject that we intend to prove was actually something that the neighborhood was talking about. That's relevant, and it's come up many times. Suspicious person on 11-7. Gentleman on bicycle taking pictures of property, taking pictures. Caller approach said, it's this guy who's running around the neighborhood, and it was on Facebook. And they were concerned about who he was because they didn't think it made sense that he was, and they ultimately determined that this person was not wanted in the neighborhood. 11-17. There's a suspicious person that's noted as, oh, this is the 11-17 call. So we've really already heard about this one, but again, it's the record pulled by this agent. Then there's another suspicious person on 11-30. This one is someone is trying to get into their door. No one should be there. Everyone's at work. They knocked on it. I don't see how we could say this was Ahmaud Arbery. And the state could certainly point out there's no evidence that this was Ahmaud Arbery. And we're not intending to say that this was in fact Ahmaud Arbery. What we're intending is that there was a lot of criminal activity in this neighborhood that caused these neighbors concern that they were talking about. And this is but, one part of piecing together the puzzle. Doesn't always get put together in order, but this is one part of brick by brick, building the picture of what's going on in this neighborhood. 12-13-19, suspicious person. Caller is out of town. Her doorbell went off, floodlights have come on. Caller would like an officer to ride over. Caller's 2 hours away. These are things that are happening in the neighborhood. 12-17, suspicious person. This just notes on 219, the address of 219 Satilla Drive, there was a call that came in. Then it ultimately says home is clear, going to be in the area. So he went and checked it out. Now the home is clear. On 114-20, again, under Lanier Bridge, there's another suspicious person call about something happening under the bridge. This is, again, a piece of the picture of what these neighbors are doing, and we'll tie it up in our case in chief, but this is brick by brick part of what we're doing. Another suspicious person on 115. Gold pickup truck, white van, pulled into the yard. Caller is at work. Subject got out of the white van and got into the gold truck. They left. The caller's going to call a contractor to make sure it's nothing. This is not the one, as I understand it, that somebody was working on the house. That was back on Zellwood. This is on a different street. Again, but it's the way that people are reacting to what's happening in their neighborhood. And lastly, there are a group of kids possibly trying to break into cars. That's what this suspicious person. The state can point out that these are kids that are not Ahmaud Arbery. That's fine. And we're not offering it as evidence of Ahmaud Arbery. We're offering it for whatever relevant value it has. And we suggest under 401 the relevance, which tends to make the issue at trial understandable by the jury, is that the citizens of this neighborhood were concerned about crime. This is proof that there are things going on and that show their concern. The Facebook page will continue to funnel it, and the witness testimony will funnel it even more. But this is not inadmissible, impermissible evidence, especially since we now have the person who collected it.
Your Honor, under 401, how does this make it more likely that Travis McMichael murdered Ahmaud Arbery, or less likely that he murdered Ahmaud Arbery? How does it make it more likely that he committed false imprisonment or less likely that he committed false imprisonment? it doesn't really fall under 401. It's a juror scare tactic. Hey, look, everyone was really, really concerned. It's okay. They went and hunted this guy down and killed him. Not sure how concerns in the neighborhood are a building block, but I have a feeling it's going to be an argument about probable cause and totality of the circumstances and lending credibility to Travis's claim that he thought he had probable cause for some sort of arrest because of all the concerned citizens. We leave it to the discretion of the court. However, our baseline is all or nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, well, I didn't hear from this witness on direct about pulling the reports or what her role might have been. Okay, I didn't. She didn't testify to it. She didn't testify that she reviewed any reports, didn't explain any of that. So I'm not even sure that this is an appropriate witness to go into this with at this point. If she simply pulled the reports and gave them to Dial, then Dial's the one who reviewed the reports, then he'd be possibly somebody to ask about them if it's relevant to whatever his testimony is in this case. But if she just pulled them, I have some question to begin with over whether or not we even get there. But here's where I'm from this morning's arguments that dovetail into today. So the issue, as I understand it, is, I'll narrow it from where the state is. The issue that I understand that the defense is trying to get to is this general neighborhood on edge argument, which has come up a number of times, including during the motion hearings back in May. So that shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that that is a direction that the defense is headed in. So what does that mean? Obviously that is being defined very broadly right now by the defense, but to me, if that is an argument, what that really is what did Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael or Roddy Bryan know of whatever this evidence is? What did they know of that was being discussed on this Facebook page? What it is not is all of the police reports that occurred between January 1st, 2019 and May of I guess it'd be February 23rd of 2020. That evidence, just because there were calls out there, doesn't connect up with the defense's argument that the neighborhood was on edge, because I don't know what those individual neighbors may have known or what the defendants may have known. If they didn't know anything about it, it's completely irrelevant. So just listing through all of this stuff, I've got some concerns about that. Because I don't believe all police calls that were made between that period are relevant to that line of argument. I also have a concern about what I've seen, which is what was given to me earlier, and we're sort of, I use the word conflate a number of times in this, but I'm going to conflate this morning's arguments with the arguments now. Just because a business record exists doesn't mean that all of the evidence, all of the stuff in the business record is admissible. You have to jump through those hoops too. And there are narratives in there. There are all sorts of things that are hearsay that go beyond simply the business record itself, because I do understand they're being tendered as business records. That has not been solved for the court. And I've got some concerns that once we start getting into all of these records that are simply lists of calls, potential calls to the police, I guess, we start getting into hearsay of what that was. Now, how does that possibly become admissible? Maybe through a witness that has reviewed the records and considered them as part of the investigation? Possibly. I'm not even sure if that's possible. So, circling back to where we are with this witness, I understand what the defense plans to do, but I haven't even heard that this witness pulled any records of what she did with them. So I'm not going to say the defense can go ahead and start putting in a whole bunch of police calls. Because if all she did was produce a report or produce a list and give it to somebody, then she's not the witness to ask about this. And even if she was, we need to figure out how exactly any additional police reports might become admissible, or how these police calls might become admissible through that particular witness. So Where I'm in right now, I am very leery of the idea that this is the witness to get this in through. Again, I haven't heard her testimony, so I don't know exactly what she did. But I don't think that every police call made during that period is relevant in this case. So that's directory more than a ruling. So with that, Mr. Sheffield, you ready to proceed with the witness? Okay. Let's go ahead and get the witness seated. Yeah, let's get the witness seated first, then we'll get the panel. All right. I remind you, you're under oath. All right. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sheffield, your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jason Sheffield. We haven't met yet, have we?
Yes, no,
Okay. Yes and no.
no.
Yes, I am Jason Sheffield. No, we haven't met yet. I wanted to make sure that I understood your testimony, and I may not have.
Okay.
As part of the responsibilities that you took on in the case, did it also include gathering some data on the type of police calls that were made from the residents in Satilla Shores?
The reports that I picked up,
Yeah. Were you charged with populating or obtaining a list of the types of 911 calls that were made by the residents of the Satilla Shores neighborhood?
I picked up the reports. That's all I did with them and then transported them.
Okay,
To-
so you
and
went
put them-
down to the Glenn County Police Department
Yes,
and picked up a number of reports that had
Yes.
been printed off for the GBI
yes,
that contained various 911 calls made by the residents of Satilla Shores?
yes.
All right, did you review those reports?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you in any way categorize them or list them out in terms of the types of calls that they were?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you literally got a stack of papers and took it and gave it to somebody?
Yes,
Okay, and who'd you give those to?
those went to the case agent.
Would that be Richard Dial?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
No questions.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. You are released for the day, but subject to recall.
Okay.
Well, let's get started with the witness. We may break in the middle.
The state calls Special Agent Richard Dial.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go and see.
Go ahead and state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Sure, it's Richard Dial, D-I-A-L.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
I'm Assistant Special Agent in Charge with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, assigned to the Region 14 Field Office. That's in Kingsland, Georgia, in Camden County. And our area covers Glenn County.
All right, go ahead and tell the jury about your training and background being a special agent for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Certainly. I've been a special agent or an agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for approximately 20 years. I began as a narcotics agent, focusing on illegal narcotics in the state. I then transitioned about 18 years ago to a special agent assigned to this field office in Kingsland. My training includes the basic training that all special agents go through, which includes basic law enforcement training to be certified in the state of Georgia. I've also had extensive training in interviews and interrogations, in crime scene processing. I've attended the National Forensic Academy, and I am now currently in the Command College as part of my training.
All right, so how many cases do you think you've worked over the years?
I couldn't hazard a guess. In 20 years, quite a few.
Hundreds?
Yes, easily.
Oh. All right, so specifically, what does a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation do as part of their daily routine or daily job duties?
A special agent, our main task is to assist local law enforcement in the investigation of crimes. There are certain crimes in the state of Georgia which we have original jurisdiction on, like narcotics. So there are special agents who focus on those aspects. Those affect the state as a whole. But in general, especially in field offices where I work, the role of a special agent is when local law enforcement they need more assistance, or they feel that a case would be better worked by an outside agency. They contact us, and then an agent is assigned. This agent then begins an investigation to gather the facts in the case to make a determination as far as whether or not the case should proceed.
All right, so you have arrest powers.
We do, yes.
All right. And when you're asked to come into a jurisdiction, have they already started the case, or does it just depend?
Generally, it depends. Obviously, we normally prefer that as soon as they recognize there may be a conflict, that they need assistance, to contact us immediately. That way, we're there at the beginning. That way, it saves time, in my experience with that, and that's always been my preference. However, unfortunately, a lot of times in investigations, there doesn't know there's going to be a conflict, or that the manpower resources will be necessary until further on in the investigation. So it's not uncommon for us to get involved after an investigation has already been begun by a local agency.
Got it. So I'm going to go ahead and direct your attention specifically to the death investigation for the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery. Did you become involved in that particular investigation?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what date was that?
Well, we were actually first requested to conduct an investigation into Mr. Arbery's death by the District Attorney's Office on May 5th of 2020. That was the request was made that evening. I was then assigned to that investigation the following morning as the lead case agent.
All right, so when you're talking about the District Attorney's Office, are you talking about Tom Durden out of the Atlantic Circuit?
I am. At that time, he had been assigned that case as the lead prosecutor, and he made a determination that he could utilize the GBI's resources, and he made the request.
All right, so May 6, 2020, you become the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So what's one of the first things you did?
One of the first things I did was, of course, I made sure that I had other agents available to assist me in the investigation. I then wanted to gather what had been conducted as far as investigative-wise by the Glenn County Police Department. So I proceeded to the Glenn County Police Department and obtained a copy of their investigative file, which documents what they had done.
All right, so you basically got the entire Glenn County Police file.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that include the video of the homicide?
It did, yes, ma'am.
Did it include any other videos pertinent to the investigation?
Yes, ma'am. It included body camera from the initial responding officers. It included interviews of, videotaped of the interviews they had conducted by the Glenn County investigators. It also includes surveillance video from several houses involving that day.
And would that include the video from 219 Satilla Drive?
Yes, that's Mr. Olson's residence. Yes, ma'am, it did.
And the video from 224 Satilla Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And was that Diego Perez's
Diego Perez,
location?
yes, ma'am.
And Larry English's video from February 23rd at 220 Satilla?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you reviewed all of that?
I did.
Now, the body cam videos by the officers who responded to the scene, you reviewed those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And then the statements given at Glenn County Police Department, you reviewed those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. And also during this point in time, without going into anything anyone said, okay, because we don't want to go into hearsay or anything, did you make contact or attempt to make contact with people who were friends, family, or associates of any of the defendants?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the flip side, did you make contact with people who were friends or family members of Ahmaud Arbery?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, moving forward to May 7th of 2020, what did you do and decide that day?
On May 7th of 2020, I reviewed, I guess I took a stock of what information and evidence I had at that point. I made a determination that I believe there was enough probable cause for the arrest of Travis and Greg McMichael. I prepared an affidavit and warrant and presented to a Superior Court judge for his determination.
We join that objection.
Join.
Specifically relevance to the arrest warrant, or?
All the steps associated with the arrest warrant, is what I was assuming.
We're here under indictment. It's not irrelevant what he did.
Let's just.
I'll narrow it down. Did you take out arrest warrants for Greg and Travis McMichael?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't you take out arrest warrants for Mr. Bryan?
We were still in the process of gathering information involving Mr. Bryan's actions that day.
All right. Had you gotten anything back from the GBI regarding fingerprints at this point in time?
No, ma'am.
Had you gotten anything back about the fibers on Mr. Bryan's truck at this point in time?
No, ma'am.
All right. And at this point in time, had anyone collected the Night Owl video?
No, ma'am.
So now with regard to Mr. Bryan, who did you assign to make contact with him or his representative?
Assistant Special Agent in Charge Jason Sechrist was the person I appointed as the individual responsible for coordinating an interview with Mr. Bryan.
All right. And once Mr. Bryan's interviews took place on May 11th and 13th, did you review those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
So moving forward to May 19th, between the time of basically May 7th and May 19th, did you have other agents doing other tasks?
Yes, ma'am, quite a few.
Generally describe some of those tasks you had assigned to the other agents to work during this period.
We were conducting neighborhood canvasses, interviewing other witnesses that had been identified in the Glenn County Police Department file. We went back and re-interviewed several of those. There was also reviews of various records that we were obtaining from different sources.
And during this time, was Larry English interviewed?
He was, yes, ma'am.
Right. So I'm going to move forward then to May 19th of 2020. Did you have the occasion to execute a search warrant at the location of 230 Satilla Drive?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. And who was living at 230 Satilla, who had been living at 230 Satilla Drive?
Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael.
All right. And what was the purpose in executing the search warrant?
To gather evidence in reference to the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 135, 136, 137, and 138. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Oh, I got ahead of myself there, didn't I? I'm going to show you states 135, 136, and 137, and 138. Have you had the opportunity to look at these exhibits before you took the stand today?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I have.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of what's shown in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
All right, now we'll go ahead and tender 136, 137, 138, and 135.
I understand there are no objections.
Still
no objections.
Okay. All right, they're in. Thank you. Taking a look at State's Exhibit 135, what is the jury looking at here with 135?
This is a picture of 230 Satilla Drive, the residence of Greg and Travis McMichael. This is the front of the residence.
And State's Exhibit 136.
This is another photograph of the residence of Travis and Greg McMichael, focusing to the right and showing the garage that was present.
All right, so now, had Glenn County, during their investigation, collected Greg McMichael's .357 Smith & Wesson revolver?
They had not.
All right, and were you able to locate it at the residence on May 19th, 2020?
We were.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. What are we looking at here?
That's a photograph of a Smith & Wesson 686 revolver in the holster. It was located in Greg McMichael's, or in the Greg McMichael's, Travis McMichael's house in the master bedroom closet.
And 138, what are we looking at here?
Once the gun was removed from the holster, it was then photographed. This, again, is the photograph of a 686 Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum pistol that was located in the closet in the master bedroom.
Now, with regard to this, was this sent out to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's crime lab?
It was, yes, ma'am.
And about this time, did you also have other gun items sent out as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And what were those?
The Remington 870 shotgun that was utilized by Travis McMichael and was collected by evidence by the Glenn County Police Department. We had collected that from them and taken that to the crime lab, as well as the spent shell casings or shells, shotgun shells from the scene that was collected by the Glenn County Police Department that was also taken to the crime lab.
So I just want to make sure. Glenn County Police Department collected the evidence at the scene on February 23rd, 2020?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then it stayed with them until you transported it to the crime lab in May?
One of my agents, yes, ma'am.
May 21st, 2020, you take out an arrest warrant for Mr. Bryan.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
May 21st, 2020, was a search warrant executed at his location, as house?
It was.
What was the address there?
The address of Mr. Bryan's residence that the search warrant was conducted at was, excuse me just a second, 307 Buford Road.
Burford or
Burford, I'm sorry, it's Burford.
Are you going to say Buford the entire
I
time?
probably will, and I apologize, it's Burford.
But prior to that, the GBI had already collected the Night Owl video, is that right?
We had collected the video, we had made a copy of the video that we were able to get. However, this search warrant, we actually seized the actual hard drive, which it was contained on, because the original copy we got had some data flaws in it. So we collected the actual hard drive.
Right, so that we could have clean copies.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And during this time, were you also then given the ROCIC enhanced videos by Caitlin Nguela?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review those?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Now, having reviewed all of the defendant's statements, were you able to make a determination to a certain degree of accuracy, the path that each of the parties had kind of taken, meaning Mr. Bryan, the McMichaels in the white pickup truck, and Mr. Arbery during the incident, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 299 and 300. Take a look at 299 and 300 and see if you're able to recognize those two exhibits.
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the paths of travel that you determined were appropriate for the parties in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 299 and 300.
No objection.
No objection.
So when looking at States 299, what's the jury looking at here?
This is a map showing the path of Ahmaud Arbery on the afternoon of his death. You want me to explain it? in more
Yes,
detail?
please. Go ahead and
Sorry.
explain it.
As you'll see, the path, this map shows the path beginning at the house under construction that belonged to Mr. English. It shows Mr. Arbery's path south along Satilla Drive past the McMichael residence, which is again denoted on the map. The path again goes down Satilla Drive to the intersection of Holmes, Burford Road, and Satilla Drive actually continues south, or it goes in that direction. That's actually, Satilla Drive actually goes that way. So if you actually continue straight, you're actually on Burford Road. So this shows its path along Burford Road, almost to the intersection of where Burford turns into Zellwood. So to this point, then the path of Mr. Arbery turns back, goes back past Mr. Bryan's house, which again is noted on the map, back to the intersection with Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford, and then shows the path going down down Holmes Road to a location, and then doubling back and coming back again to the intersection where the shooting took place.
All right. Now, based on your review of the statements, do you have any degree of certainty as to how many times Mr. Arbery had to run up and down Burford?
No, ma'am.
Is the form of the question, there's no degree of certainty. He's not an expert witness in path of travel. It's not a scientific measure. He's simply repeating what other people have said to agents.
I would face the question. Based on having reviewed all of the defendant's statements, can you actually tell this jury how many times Mr. Arbery had to run up and down Burford?
No, ma'am, I cannot.
Having reviewed the defendant's statements, are you able to tell this jury how many times he ran back and forth up Holmes?
No, ma'am, I cannot.
So when we look at State's Exhibit 303, which has already been tendered into evidence, whose path of travel are we looking at here?
William Bryan's path of travel.
And when we look at State's 302, what are we looking at here?
That is Travis and Greg McMichael's path of travel.
Now, with regard to Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael's path of travel, based on their statements, they came down here and went back to Mr. Bryan's house and then continued forward. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. They came down, and then there's back and forth right here where they came forward, then backed up, and then continued around. They followed until they stopped right before Zellwood. There's a pause, and then they continued going to Zellwood and around.
So when we look at States 300, is this a combination of basically everyone's path of travel?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And when we have Mr. Bryan's path of travel going all the way up here, is this the point where he turns around in the driveway?
Yes, ma'am, when he makes a three-point turn. Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you also produce some additional maps or have us produce some additional maps to assist with your testimony to illustrate the area for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so first off, I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked as States 301. So taking a look at State's Exhibit 301, are you able to recognize that?
I am, yes, ma'am.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and was that produced by you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 301.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
So when we're looking at State's Exhibit 301, what's the jury looking at here?
This is a map. It shows primarily Highway 17 coming from the 95 intersection up there. Highway 17 comes down. You will see if you head south on the map, it shows Satilla Shores with the house under construction and then the scene of the actual shooting. And then if you actually go north from 17 over here to Boykin Ridge, where that blue dot is at, that's Mr. Arbery's residence.
All right, so let's go ahead and zoom on in. All right, so what is this?
That is Interstate 95.
And what's this?
That is Highway 17, where you get off at exit 29. That would be Highway 17.
All right, scooching over a little bit. What do we have right there?
That's Mr. Arbery's residence. Or was his residence?
And then move over this way. What is it that we have here going this way?
That's Fancy, you talking about Fancy Bluff Dry Road right there that comes out?
And where does it lead into?
It is right across the street from the entrance into Satilla.
And so this area down here, this would be Satilla Shores.
Yes, ma'am.
And this whole neighborhood over here is called what?
Fancy Bluff,
And this neighborhood here, what's this one called?
Royal Oaks.
Now, did you go ahead and measure the distance from Mr. Arbery's residence at 140 Boykin Ridge Drive to the house under construction?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And how far was that?
1.8 miles.
Now, with regard to some other maps, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 309, 310, and 311. So Special Agent Dial, handing you 309 through 311. Take a look at those. Are those fair and accurate Google Maps of the locations we've been talking about?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And do they feature the numbers of the locations?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence States 309 through 311.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
So taking a look then at 309. Does this just give us the overview of Highway 17 and Fancy Bluff going into Satilla?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Now, 310, I'm going to zoom in so we can take a look at this. Now, does 310 give us some numbers so we can reference houses?
It does, yes, ma'am.
All right, so like, for instance, here, what number do we have?
220 Satilla Drive.
And then this house right here?
224 Satilla Drive.
And right there, let me see if I can get that in focus for you.
It's 230 Satilla Drive.
Okay. And then, when we're looking at 311, do we have the same thing for Burford?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number do we have here?
Excuse
You
me.
want me to go ahead and pull it up? a
Yeah,
little
307. Yeah, it's a little blurry. There you go. 307.
307.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
bit? So we can definitely see the numbers on this.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 316. Take a look at 316 and see if this is fair and accurate.
Yes, ma'am. It
All
is.
right. At this time, the state would tender into evidence states 316.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
And is this just a large overall of the entire Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
How many ways are there in and out of Satilla Shores?
There are two different roads access into Satilla Shores, one coming on Satilla Drive and the other on Zellwood, that's Satilla Drive. And then if you go down Zellwood, it comes back also on 17.
But there's no way out down this way on Satilla Drive.
No, ma'am.
No way out down this way on Burford.
No,
I'm
ma'am.
going to object to Ms. Donikoski leading the witness, but if she could reframe the question to as to streets, there's no way out. There may be other paths out besides the streets.
Have the witness available. I mean, he answered the question, and I think he's already answered your question, so why don't we move along?
Very good. And lastly, did you create a sort of diagram to help with the locations of various people that were kind of named within this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Showing you 313. Is that fair and accurate as to some of the locations of some of the individuals in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence state 313.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
So when we're looking here, first off, what do we have here?
This is the house that was under construction that belonged to Mr. English. It's at 220 Satilla Drive.
All right, and who's across the street?
Across the street is Mr. Olson's residence at 219.
Who is 2 doors down from the construction site?
That would be Diego Perez's residence.
And across the street from them is who?
Subi Lawrence's house.
And down Jones Road, who's there?
Mr. Albenzi's residence.
As we go over, whose house is this?
That's the residence of Greg and Travis McMichael.
And who's next door?
That's Mr. Parr's residence.
And as we move over here, at this particular location, whose house is that?
That's the Alcott's residence.
And where am I pointing right here?
That's the approximate location of where the shooting took place.
And then as we go over here, whose location is this?
That's Mr. Brian and Miss Elrod's residence.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you briefly about some of the things that were happening during the investigation, okay? I want to specifically talk to you about some of the items that were coming in via the tip line, all
Yes,
right? So you didn't ignore tips coming in from the public, did you?
No, ma'am, we did not.
All right. And how much speculation were you getting from the public as far as tips?
A lot.
Okay. Now, did you personally analyze the video to see if you could hear if Mr. Bryan was cocking a handgun during the chase and videoing of the homicide?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. What was your opinion?
That there is a metallic sound on the video, but it was not consistent with someone racking the slide of a handgun or cocking a handgun.
Okay. Now, did the Glenn County Police Department search Mr. Bryan's vehicle?
They did not.
Did they impound Mr. Bryan's vehicle?
They did not.
Did they even pat Mr. Bryan down?
No, ma'am, they did not.
And Mr. Bryan was allowed to go home before he ever went to Glenn County PD to give a statement.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
And he took his truck home with him, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
All right. Now, did you download Mr. Bryan's truck computer system, like kind of the airbag control module?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, we downloaded his the computer as part of his truck. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did it help at all with anything?
No, ma'am, it did not.
All right, so we talked about Larry English being interviewed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then did you also interview Officer Rash?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you review the police report from February 11th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you also review Officer Rash's body cam video from that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you obtain the Subtilla Shores Facebook page records?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Did you look through them?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to find any posts at all by Larry or Amy English that included videos or still images of Mr. Arbery inside 220?
No, ma'am.
So
There was
no posts at all?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you note that on December 7th, 2020, Renee Herndon, who had gun stolen out of her unlocked car, did post some images?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. And that was determined to be a white person?
I viewing it, I can't make a determination on race on the picture. It's a picture, it looks like of a video screen. It was in bad quality.
Okay. Bad quality, you couldn't really tell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you attempt to obtain the actual video file of the Herndon's recordings?
Yes, ma'am. I queried Glenn County Police Department during the initial report. They have been unable to recover the video.
Okay. And with regard to the January 1st, 2020 theft or entering auto of Travis McMichael's unlocked truck and the theft of his handgun out of that on January 1st, 2020, is that still an unsolved case?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Did you recently check to see if that handgun was recovered?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was it recovered?
It has not been recovered.
All right. At this time, I believe we're going to go ahead and publish State's Exhibit drone videos.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. We will continue with the evidence at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
It's all right for the jury. Please stay.
All right, Agent Dell, you can go ahead and step down. Make sure that you're back in about 10 minutes or so just to be seated. I remind you under oath, do not, or you are under oath, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody.
I will, yes, sir.
All right, we're in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Judge. And, Your Honor, I believe you have my 2 exhibits.
I do.
Thank you, Judge.
Be seated, please. All right, we are back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel. Give the witness back on the stand. Agent Dial, I remind you you're under oath.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and get the panel. All rise for the jury. Stand. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence from the state.
Thank you, Judge. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and publish the drone videos that were in State's Exhibit. What number? Don't want to say the wrong number. Oh, it's 128. So State's Exhibit 128. In State's Exhibit 128, we have the first movie, which says Arbery Path 1. So Special Agent Dial, whose house are we looking at right there?
That first house is Mr. Olson's house, and then it turns and you'll see the edge of Mr. English's property. The house is under construction. I believe it's fixing to turn and face it. The drone is proceeding south on Satilla Drive. You'll see Mr. Parr's residence right here, and we just passed the McMichael residence. I believe it'll turn. This for sale sign up, that's going to be the Parr residence to your right. We're continuing down Satilla Drive, coming to the intersection of Holmes Road and Burford Drive. That's the intersection I was referring to. Holmes Road is to your left in the screen. Stilla Drive actually curves to the right where that vehicle is. That's Stilla Drive, where Burford is straight ahead. This is, again, facing Holmes. You'll see the Alcott's driveway there in the picture. The drone is now turned back, so you have Stilla Drive going to your right, and Burford is going to be the road to your left. Now it's facing down Burford.
Arbery Path 2 being published.
This takes over where the other video left off. This is facing down Burford, so you're heading south. The drone is still traveling south on Burford, but to your left is Mr. Bryan's residence. I believe it'll. That is Mr. Bryan's residence. The drone is continuing south on Burford. It's continuing south on Burford at the if you look down in the far distance and it'll get closer, it's the intersection with Zellwood when Burford turns into Zellwood. And then around this curve to the left is going to be Zellwood. There, that is Zellwood. All right, now we're heading back north on Burford.
approaching Arbery Path 4. Now, despite it being 2 and 4, does this pick up right where we left off?
It does, yes, ma'am.
And where are we heading now?
Sorry, we're still heading north on Burford,
Toward?
Satilla Drive and intersection with Holmes Road. It's going to be Mr. Bryan's residence directly to your right. Then we're continuing north on Burford, headed to the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive. And this up ahead is the intersection. You'll see Satilla Drive continues to the dead end to your left. Holmes Road is the right, or far right, and then if you continued on, you'd be going up Satilla Drive back towards 17. Okay, like I said, Satilla Drive is on your left here, and Holmes Road is on your right. This is the intersection. Driveway on your right is the Alcott's driveway. And then there's a section of the road to the left that is paved outside the lane. That's depicted in the video Mr. Bryan took of the death of Mr. Arbery, as well as those mailboxes there to the left are also seen in the video, those mailboxes. You are traveling east down Holmes Road, going back towards its intersection with Zellwood. To the left on the screen is a blue mailbox. I'm sorry. That mailbox is seen in the video initially. Mr. Bryan first begins recording, and then later when he turns his vehicle around, that same blue mailbox is seen. Again, this is video going back towards the intersection of Satilla Drives, Holmes Road, and Burford. Again, traveling back towards the intersection. You'll see the mailbox on your right that's depicted in the video, as well as the pavement where it extends out on your right. That's also depicted in the video. And then that Alcott's driveway is right there on your left. And there's the intersection. Now it's just giving you a different view of it, the same intersection.
Now, looking at DJI0003. What do we have here?
This is a overhead view using the drone shooting down of Satilla Drive as it comes in from 17. You're heading south down Satilla Drive. The house at the top on the right is the residence belonging to Mr. English that's under construction. And Mr. Olson's residence, of course, across the street on your left. You're traveling on south down Satilla Drive. This is the intersection again of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford.
Now publishing DJI0004.
This is a video involving, you can see Mr. Olson's house again. Now you're looking south of Satilla Drive. The construction site, residence under construction by Mr. English is on your right. The road to your left there is Jones Road. Again, we're moving south on Satilla Drive. The residence to the right with the truck in the driveway, the far right of the screen, that's the McMichael's residence. Not that one.
So not this one with the
Not this
posting
one.
on the tree.
Yeah, it's further down.
And not this red brick one.
It is not, no, further down. That is the McMichael residence on your left that's coming up.
Now, what are we doing here?
The drone is turning back, looking north on Satilla Drive, going back towards the residence that's under construction.
I'm going to pause it here.
And it's showing a point of view from the roadway, what is visible from in front of the Michael's house in the roadway of the residence that's under construction. So this is what would be visible if you were standing in the road in front of the McMichael's residence, looking back towards the residence that's under construction.
I paused the video at 2 minutes and 9 seconds. And this is what you're talking about, the red porta potty down here in the white trailer?
Yes, ma'am. Of course, they just were standing in the road running the drone, and this is the drone actually landing. And then they're going to pick up the drone.
That house there?
There's Mr. Olson's house.
Now Brian Rout, or our Brian Rout. Where are we now?
You are in Mr. Bryan's driveway. This is the drone moving from the driveway onto Burford. This is pulling out in the road, looking south on Burford. This is looking north on Burford, like you're heading back towards the intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and Burford. This is a picture of Mr. Bryan's residence, as it zoomed to show you. And the drone is now facing north on Burford, heading back towards the intersection of Stilla Drive, Burford, and Holmes Road. Again, this is the intersection. Satilla Drive would continue to the dead end to your left. And this is the intersection here. That is Satilla Drive where it would dead end. If you continued on Stilla Drive, past that intersection, continued on Stilla Drive, that would be the road you'd be going down. And that is Satilla Drive as it comes in from 17. And that's Holmes Road. You'll see the Alcott's driveway on the right, as well as the pavement continuation on the left there. That's visible in the video Mr. Bryan shot, as well as the mailboxes directly to the left in the video, or depicted in Mr. Bryan's video. You're now continuing east on Holmes Road. You'll see the blue mailbox I mentioned earlier on the left. Again, this is visible in Mr. Bryan's video when he first starts the video, as well as when he turns his vehicle back around and picks the video back up. The camera back up. You're continuing east on Holmes Road, headed towards its intersection with Zellwood. What you're seeing is the intersection with Zellwood down at the end of the video with the stop signs there.
So at this point, I'm going to stop it at 5 minutes and 11 seconds. Are there about 2 or 3 houses down from the intersection at Zellwood at this point?
Yes, ma'am, there is.
Okay. Publishing our Bryan route finished. Does this pick up right where we left off?
It does, yes, ma'am. The drone is now facing back, going back down Holmes Road towards the intersection of Satilla Drive and Burford.
Stop right here. I'm at 12 seconds in. This mailbox, is it important?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever it comes into the video frame, you'll see it, as well as the mailbox. You can see the blue mailbox I was referencing earlier. That is also in the video. The previous mailbox is in the video of Mr. Bryan when he first picks it up. As the video proceeds, you will see a blue mailbox there. After he picks up his video, as well as when he first starts the video, that same blue mailbox. Again, we're heading down Holmes towards the intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road in Burford. To your right, where the mailboxes are, again, those are visible in the video, as well as that extension of the pavement to the right of the road. And the Alcott driveway is on the left. What you're looking at is the intersection with Satilla Drive, Burford, and Holmes Road. This is the drone landing.
I need one moment, Your Honor, to find a specific photograph. All right. So, you mentioned a couple of times that part that comes out across from the Alcott's driveway,
Yes, ma'am.
that's sort of paved into the grass.
Yes, ma'am. Looks like an extension of the asphalt coming out.
All right, so I want you to take a look at what's already been tendered and admitted here as states 54. So when we look at states 54, is that what we're talking about this extension of the asphalt right here?
Yes, ma'am. That's the same extension that's depicted on the drone video.
Oh. So when we look here, we come over this way, and it goes this way. There seems to be like a drainage thing there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when I showed this picture here, is this more of this person's driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so is it fair to say when these people pull in here, they're pulling into their driveway here?
It appears to be, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is where the white truck was originally parked? In
Yes,
the
yes,
video?
ma'am.
Okay. Now, specifically with regard to states 190, I want you to, we're going to go through it, I want you to inform the jury about a couple of things, especially about what they're hearing, okay?
That's the blue mailbox I was referencing earlier. That is a vehicle passing.
Whose vehicle's passing?
I believe it's the McMichael's vehicle passing.
Let me ask you a question. At any point in time, did Mr. Bryan indicate that some other vehicle other than the McMichael's pickup truck passed him?
He did not.
Did he indicate there were any other vehicles on this road on Holmes at any other time?
No, ma'am, he did not.
What is the one vehicle he did talk about?
The McMichael's truck.
What did Mr. Bryan say there?
You know what? I'm going to keep going.
Stopping here at 1 minute 07. What do we have right here?
That's the first mailbox that I spoke about in the drone video as you're going on Holmes towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive in Burford.
this up a
Yeah,
little bit.
seriously, you missed it quick.
All right, have to go fast. All right, so where are we with our blue mailbox?
The blue mailbox is in the video to the right of the trash can. There you go. Yes, ma'am. That is it.
So, you see the blue mailbox, Mr. Arbery turns around.
Yes, ma'am.
And now, Brian's coming back down.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that clicking noise? I'll back it up.
I'm sorry. I was paying attention to the video. But it's like a seatbelt unhooking.
And what are we looking at right here?
Those are the mailboxes I was referencing in the drone video when we first came from the intersection of Satilla Drive in Burford. I pointed out the mailboxes. That's them.
That was State's Exhibit 19. Now, we've talked about your investigation. Did it continue, meaning was it an ongoing investigation, not just in May, but into June, July, and continued on?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor. At this time, I will go ahead and pass the witness, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
No question.
I think I've changed my mind. I do have a few questions. Good afternoon, Agent Dial.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goff.
I can't see your vantage point, so if you don't mind, may I look at what you're doing up here with this video thing? Okay, so you've got like a computer there, and is there a mouse? How do you toggle the video?
I was not.
Who was doing that?
Who was doing
I'm impressed. Okay, so if I asked you to go back through those, you couldn't do that.
As far as the order that they were shown in?
If I asked you to replay parts of what you just played to the jury, you can't do that.
No, sir, because I didn't play them for the jury.
So I would have to enlist Ms. Donikowski's assistance to do that.
All I can tell you, sir, I did not play them for the jury. I don't have them in my possession. I don't know how to work that machine.
So the video demonstration there, that was by Ms. Donikowski, not by you?
I think she played video that I had provided her. Yes, sir. But you're asking if you want me to play it for you, I can obtain my file, bring my computer in here and play it for you. However, this is not my system to operate, nor did I operate it a few minutes ago. But yes, I provided her with those drone videos that you saw.
So let me see, if I understand correctly, you can do what Ms. Donikowski just did. We would just need a short recess for you to do it yourself?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Because you can understand the awkwardness of asking Ms. Donikowski to assist me. All right, Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to take
State
a
would be
short
more than happy to double click on the videos for Mr. Goff.
Well, yeah, there are videos in evidence. We're just playing the videos?
She's also operating the drone. Did I not understand that?
Right, they're recorded.
Oh, well, that's, Your Honor, we'd still like the officer to be able to do that himself,
Do
to
what?
replay portions of those videos. Or if Ms. Dunkowski wants to help me, that's fine.
What would you like me to replay?
I guess I'll ask, okay, let's go back to Mr. Arbery's path as it goes by Mr. Bryan's residence.
Publishing Arbery Path number 2.
Okay, this video, do you want me to explain it, what you're seeing, or?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, this video is going down Burford from the intersection of Satilla Drive and Holmes Road.
Very good. And the drone is moving at what speed?
I do not know.
All right, and what's walking speed?
Depends on the individual.
Well, let's say 3 miles an hour. What does that translate to?
3 miles an hour? 3 miles an hour?
3 miles an hour is how many feet per second?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, if you don't, you know I don't. All right. So how far down are we from Mr. Bryan's house at this point?
Mr. Bryan's house should be coming up on the left, I believe, sir. Right there it is on your left, so it's going to come up.
And we're going to pan to the left when we get up there?
I believe, yes, sir. I believe this video does pan to the left when you get to his residence.
All right. And when we get there, Ms. Dunkowski, if you could stop it for a moment. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right.
Okay.
No, just leave it there for a moment if you don't mind. That would be great. And I'm so grateful.
Now jailbreak's focused. This is stopped at 101.
Thank you so much. Officer Dial, this drone image is taken some months after the actual incident itself?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And of course, technically, Mr. Bryan no longer lives there because he no longer has a house.
I don't know if he has a house or not, sir. I don't know what his current relationship with that property is.
All right, but putting that aside, your testimony would be that that's a fair and accurate depiction of what the house would have looked like in February of 2020?
My testimony is that's a fair and accurate depiction of what the house looked like when I was conducting this investigation and exploring this. I was not in front of his house in February of
All right, well, this is an image in daylight, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right, and the lighting's probably about the same as it was on February 23rd, 2020?
Well, I wasn't there on February 23rd, 2020, but it was daylight then and it's daylight now.
All right. Now, on the actual day in question, as Mr. Arbery comes by Mr. Bryan's house, he sees a few additional things that you don't see there, am I correct?
Well, this is the vantage point from, would have been Mr. Arbery's vantage point.
Yes.
Not Mr. Bryan's vantage
Yes.
point.
And at this point, Mr. Bryan's yard actually extends back 20 or 30 feet?
I didn't measure, but
Okay.
it could be, yes, sir.
All right. It's not a small yard, is it? I guess that's relative.
Yes, sir.
Bigger than some, smaller than others.
Yes, sir.
All right. So as Mr. Arbery's jogging by or running by, however you want to describe it, not trying to put words in your mouth, he's going to see Mr. Bryan on the front porch, is he not?
I don't know if he saw Mr. Bryan on the front porch or not, sir.
Did you look at the night owl video?
I did see the night owl video, yes, sir, but I don't know if he saw Mr. Bryan on the front porch. I'm sure he saw the house, but I can't say who he recognized there and who he didn't or who he didn't see.
Because there's a big tree in the front yard.
No, sir, because I'm not Mr. Arbery running on that day under those circumstances.
Okay. Well, if someone's standing and walking where Mr. Arbery is on the street, has a pretty good view of the house, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And other than the tree, of course, a pretty good view of the porch.
Yes, sir.
So a person standing or moving where Mr. Arbery is, as he comes by Mr. Bryan's residence, other than the tree, has a pretty good view of Mr. Bryant if he's working on the porch.
Well, it depends on where Mr. Bryan was at working on the porch, sir. And
Okay.
I guess they could have a view of him. That's entirely possible, yes, sir.
Okay. And on the day in question, we know that the garage was open, do we not?
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
Okay. And there's a pickup truck, one that used to belong to Mr. Bryant, in the front yard, is there not, in the driveway?
Yes, sir, that's visible from the video.
With some lumber in the back.
Yes, sir, I believe it is.
And there's music playing.
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there anything about that scene depicted on this video, or anything about the things we've talked about that would have been there that are not actually visible? Is there anything there that a reasonable person walking or running to or from down the street would find threatening or menacing?
Are you talking about a person that would just be walking down the
A
street?
reasonable person. We know you can't talk about what's in Mr. Arbery's mind, but
No.
a reasonable person walking down the street, looking to the left at Mr. Bryan's residence, with him out front, with the music playing, with the pickup truck in the yard, is there anything about that image that would strike a reasonable person as being threatening or menacing?
It depends on if they've had any prior contact with Mr. Bryan, sir. You mean just someone who's not familiar with anything going on, just walking down the road?
Yep.
I suppose not, sir.
Someone who doesn't know Roddy Bryan from Adam's House Cat. Anything threatening about this image?
Objection at this point, not relevant and asked and answered in speculation.
The whole video is speculation, but I'll move on.
Objection to inappropriate commentary and counsel testifying.
Let's move on, Mr. Goff.
I'll move on. Can you go and play the path of Mr. Arbery up Holmes again? I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to. I'm asking you, but I really didn't ask you.
I believe Ms. Burton is coming to your rescue, sir.
Ms. Burton's coming to my rescue? Awesome.
Just don't touch the screen.
You know I won't touch the screen.
Arbery Path 4. This one? Right.
Now, are we on Holmes yet, sir?
Yes, sir, I believe this is going to, no, this is not Holmes. This is going, I have to get, because I think this is coming up, Burford, I believe, sir.
Okay. Well, can we fast forward to Holmes? If we can't, that's okay.
That's going to be Mr. Bryan's house to the right.
All right.
That's the intersection.
All right. Now, this video shows Mr. Arbery's path up and down Holmes.
It shows coming from Holmes back towards, I'm sorry, it shows coming Burford to the intersection with Stilla Drive and Holmes Road. Holmes Road is going to be on your right.
So, okay.
Mr. Arbery would have been running that way, yes, sir.
All right. So this basically shows us your understanding of Mr. Arbery's path up and down Holmes.
He will get to Holmes. He's not on Holmes yet, but
Oh,
it shows the path he would have seen as running, yes, sir. Now, up and down, I don't know how many times he went
Okay.
up and down,
Okay.
but this is taking that path.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay, this is coming towards the intersection. That is Holmes Road to your right.
Thank you. So this is the drone going up Holmes.
It's fixing to, yes, sir.
Fixing
It's
to.
at the intersection of Satilla Drive, Holmes Road, and then Burford is behind the drone. Now it's going down Holmes Road. Well, it will
Well,
be
now
shortly.
we're flashing at the
Yeah,
sign.
sign, but it's going down there.
And then you were talking about a blue mailbox.
Yes, sir, it's on down the way a little bit. You'll see it in a minute.
Okay.
That's the regular mailbox is on the left that you see in the video. The blue mailbox is in the far distance there on the left. It'll come up shortly.
Okay.
That's going to be the blue mailbox there on the left as it comes up.
All right. Can we go a little further and then stop for a moment? All right. Now, in this drone, the drone is going to turn around in a moment, come back the other way.
It does eventually, yes, sir. I think this one pans to the residence there that the mailbox is with for a little bit, but it will turn and come back, yes, sir.
Well, did Mr. Arbery pan towards the residence? We don't know that.
No, sir, but it was just showing, the drone turns to the left, showing the residence,
Okay.
where the blue mailbox is at and what's around.
All right.
It doesn't leave the road to go towards the house in any
So
way.
the drone is turning around where we think Mr. Arbery turns around?
Where the video shows, when Mr. Bryan's video first starts, you see Mr. Arbery running backwards towards, oh, I'm sorry, I keep bumping that, I apologize. But it is running back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Satilla Drive. This blue mailbox is visible in that video, so he starts running in this direction.
Okay.
The video phone is then set down, and there's a time that lapses. Then when the phone is picked back up, you see a mailbox on down Holmes Road immediately visible, and then shortly thereafter you see this blue mailbox again, and that's where you see Mr. Arbery.
Okay. I will not touch this. Promise. So, what you were referring to a moment ago was that Mr. Arbery turns around somewhere in here between the blue mailbox and this telephone pole in this area?
Probably around in there, yes, sir.
Okay.
So the blue mailbox is just it's a visual indicator easily to see in the video.
Right. And then he's running back.
Yes, sir.
Now, just to clarify, you see this chain link fence here running from this red posted mailbox backwards?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. That's not the end of the road. That's just the end, that's the property line for that particular residence, am I right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Because this road keeps going on well beyond.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Ms. Burton, can we shift over to the drone recreation of Mr. Bryan's path of travel on Holmes Road?
It would be finished. Right here.
Sorry, I'm having trouble looking for this direction.
This is, I'm sorry. Do you want me to explain what this is?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is Mr. Bryan as he has made the three-point turn, traveling back down Holmes Road, going back towards the intersection of Satilla Drive. The mailbox you see on the left is visible in his video when the phone is picked back up.
Stop. Stop. Okay.
And you'll see that mailbox to your left, and the blue mailbox is in the far distance on that curve right there. It's kind of hard to see from this far back.
Oh, I'm confused. Where was the blue mailbox?
It's on up ahead.
It's on up ahead. Okay, all right. So this is a pretty long street then.
No, sir, I wouldn't say it was long. It's the drone is moving at a very slow rate of speed at this particular moment.
Does it vary in speed?
It does, yes, sir.
All right, so and that variance in speed isn't a recreation of the path, the speed at which the participants are traveling. It's just
It's the operator.
it's drone stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And there's the blue mailbox, as you can see right there.
All right. Keep playing it. And at some point, your drone video turns around?
It's going to go up towards the intersection, past the blue mailbox, towards the intersection. where
Okay, I'm
the shooting took
confused.
place.
We're now heading back down towards the scene of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir. The scene of the shooting is going to be up ahead. You see where that stop sign's at? It's a little bit before that. you'll see the Alcott's driveway
Okay.
on the left, and again, you'll see the mailbox there and the extended pavement.
May I approach with you?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's marked and admitted, I believe, as State's Exhibit 300. I think the legend says it's showing the path of travel of everybody.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. Can we stop and go to the projector?
I think you can maximize that.
Have it right in front of you. It's upside down. All right. Because I was somewhat confused by the last video. The yellow path is Mr. Arbery's path of travel?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we saw earlier on the drone for Mr. Arbery's path of travel that there's a blue mailbox here.
Yes, sir, approximately.
And somewhere in front of that, between the mailbox and that telephone pole, Mr. Arbery turns around and comes back south.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And I wasn't clear from the drone video that you had, but it looks like from this diagram, and this diagram you prepared or helped prepare?
I helped prepare, yes, sir.
Okay. And it reflects your understanding of Mr. Bryan's path of travel, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So you've got Mr. Bryan come in. Did he pass Holmes?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
According to his statement.
So he passes Holmes and then he has to back up, am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But at the time why is he backing up at this point?
Because he is still pursuing Mr. Arbery.
And Mr. Arbery, well, at this point, Mr. Arbery technically is following, I won't say chase, but he's following Mr. Bryan's vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
Until he turns up Holmes.
No, sir. According to Mr. Bryan's statement, he overshoots where Mr. Arbery is. Mr. Arbery turns right down Holmes. Mr. Bryan then backs his vehicle up and pursues him down Holmes.
Right, and that's because on this road, Mr. Bryan is well ahead of Mr. Arbery at this point.
Because Mr. Arbery turned to the right unexpectedly down Holmes Road, is my understanding.
But Mr. Bryan is trying to stay ahead after his testimony, right, to Agent Sechrist, do I have that correct?
Yeah, Agent Sechrist, yes.
Is that Mr. Arbery attempted to get in his truck.
You recall that part of the statement?
I recall that as being part of his statement. His indication was that,
Well, I'm not asking you to comment on the truth of another or credibility of another witness.
Okay.
That was what was said, was it not?
during the interview,
Number one, the witness needs to be able to finish a sentence. And number two, arguing with the witness.
Your Honor, it's neither arguing nor the witness nor improperly interrupting to prevent a witness from going into a matter that they can't testify to.
I understand. You're just directing the witness on your question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Bryan has indicated in his last statement, the one to Agent Sechrist, that Mr. Arbery, to him, appeared to be trying to get in his truck.
I believe that was his statement to Agent Sechrist in his last statement, yes, sir.
And there's been all kinds of GBI work on fingerprints and other stuff in this case.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. At this point, Mr. Bryan says that he pulls well ahead of Mr. Arbery, quote unquote, the fastest he's traveled.
Yes, he said he pulls ahead, Mr. Arbery turns to the right down Holmes Road, and then Mr. Bryan decides to pursue him down Holmes Road. That is correct, yes, sir.
So you agree then that technically Mr. Arbery is behind Mr. Bryan but moving towards him.
That's not my understanding of what it's saying. He shoots forward, Mr. Arbery, and does not go in the direction of Mr. Bryan. He turns right down Holmes Road, proceeds down Holmes Road. It's Mr. Bryan that backs his vehicle up and then pursues Mr. Arbery down Holmes Road.
Because Mr. Arbery has passed Mr. Albenzi with his cell phone and his gun up here 220 Satilla minutes before.
He's passed him with his cell phone, yes, sir. All right. Mr. Arbery comes out of the house under construction. Mr. Albenzi is across the street, if that's what you're saying, yes.
Yes,
I'm
with
sorry.
his cell phone and his handgun.
He had his cell phone, yes, sir, and I believe he was in possession of a handgun.
But Mr. Bryan doesn't, so far as his statement to Agent Sechrist is concerned, Mr. Bryan has no idea that Mr. Albenzi is out here, does he?
That's correct. I don't remember him mentioning anything about Mr. Albenzi being out there.
So Mr. Bryan then is surprised when Mr. Arbery, instead of proceeding towards the exit of Satilla Shores, turns up Holmes instead.
Okay. I think my understanding of what occurred is different than what you're asking, Counselor.
And I want to find out what
Okay.
you're saying.
My understanding is when Mr. Bryan pulled his truck ahead, Mr. Arbery did not pursue Mr. Bryan on Satilla Drive. He turned right because Mr. Bryan was in front of him at that point.
So Mr. Bryan's in front and Mr. Arbery turns up Holmes.
Yes, away from Mr. Bryan. And then Mr. Bryan backs up and pursues again Mr. Arbery.
So when Mr. Bryan is backing up here, consistent with your diagram, when he's backing up, he's not backing up at Mr. Arbery because Mr. Arbery's already turned up here.
That's correct, sir. He's backing up trying to get to him.
Okay, all right. And you've already indicated that the previous drone of Mr. Arbery has him turning back just north of the blue mailbox.
That's correct. That's the video that's depicted in Mr. Bryan's cell phone video.
And we know that location because you see Mr. Arbery turn around.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And come back at Mr. Bryan's vehicle.
Come back in that direction, yes, sir.
Okay, not trying to figure out what's in Mr. Arbery's mind, right? But he's coming back towards Mr. Bryan's truck.
Yes, sir. He gets around that curve, changes direction, or appears to be, and come back towards Mr. Bryan's truck, yes, sir.
Right. And then we hear the sound of, I won't even say a truck, a motor vehicle.
A motor vehicle passes, yes.
Passing Mr. Bryan. And in this video, because I don't want to switch back again, back and forth. I don't want to tempt fate here. But in this video, you can tell how fast Mr. Bryan is traveling when Mr. Arbery turns around, can't you?
There is a flash of the speedometer at least one point in the video, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
But and the video though does not focus on the speedometer the entire time. So at that one moment of time, yes, we can tell how fast the truck is going, but the engine of the truck is revving up and down throughout, so I cannot make an accurate prediction as far as the speed of Mr. Bryan.
Well, I know we've got I lost count. Was it 300, 400, or 1,000 still images from the end of this encounter?
You're talking about the breakdown of the video, is that correct?
From the tragic loss of life at the end of the video. That's been broken down into 1,000 frames?
Yes, sir.
How many frames did you break down the part of the video where Mr. Arbery is coming back at Mr. Bryant?
The entire video was broken down, sir, into individual stills.
Okay. Okay.
If that's your question.
There's at least one still in there where you can see the speedometer in Mr. Bryant's vehicle shows that he's traveling behind Mr. Arbery at 2 to 3 miles an hour.
I believe there is one picture of one instance where you're looking at speedometer, and this is after Mr. Bryant has turned his vehicle around, makes a statement that he's going back after, and we'll continue on, and then he begins driving, that you see the speedometer. At that point, he is going, I would say, 3 to 5 miles an hour.
So you're telling the jury you can't see the speedometer before Mr. Arbery turns, showing that Mr. Bryant is following him, not chasing him at 2 to 3 miles an hour?
I don't recall that. I recall what I see the speedometer is after Mr. Bryant turns around and goes back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Stilla Drive.
And in the video, and I don't want to switch videos here, you see a lot of frantic movement on the steering wheel, don't you?
Yes, sir, you do.
But can you tell whether Mr. Bryant's vehicle is actually moving?
During which part? You'd have to take it out the specific part for me, Counselor.
When you see Mr. Arbery turn around and come back towards his vehicle, okay.
Yes, sir.
You then lose sight of Mr. Arbery, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you see hands moving back and forth on a steering wheel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's not clear that the vehicle's actually moving, is it?
There are parts of the vehicle in the video where it appears the vehicle is stationary, especially when he does the three-point turn. It does, to me, sound like the engine is revved up at a large part of the video. Your part you're talking about right after the thing is sit down, yes, sir, it does sound like to me that the vehicle is in motion, if that's your question.
And there's, in fact, a point on the video where you can see the brake, the gas pedal has no foot on it.
I'd have to go back and look at that, sir.
Would that be consistent with Mr. Bryant's foot being on the brake pedal at that time?
It could be, yes, sir. I would, if you see his foot on the brake pedal, it could be, but I don't recall the part of the video you're referring to.
Now, I'm somewhat curious because I thought a moment ago you were suggesting that Mr. Bryant said that I'm going to go on. You recall saying that?
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you tell the jury then that Mr. Bryant turned around, changed direction to go back after Mr. Arbery?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Well, if Mr. Bryant is turning around here to go after Mr. Arbery, then how does he get way down here?
That conversation is made when he's down there, sir.
Is it?
Yes, sir. When he makes that statement. He has already done the three-point turn. You hear him make the statement, then you hear gravel on the vehicles as he's pulling back onto the road. But that statement's made, to my understanding of the video, compared to his statement, at that point where he actually does the three-point turn and makes the left going back towards the intersection of Holmes Road and Stilla Drive.
So this is the three-point turn where we hear the gravel?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But Mr. Arbery never gets anywhere near that point.
That's not that I can see. That's correct, sir.
I mean, as far as we can piece together, right?
That's right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you were telling the jury that Mr. Bryant turned around when he said he was going to continue on, when Mr. Bryant said he was continuing on, he had to be going the opposite direction from Mr. Bryant.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to rephrase that, Counselor. You lost me in there in that question.
The truth is that when Mr. Bryant says on the video, I'm going to keep going, Mr. Bryant is going away from Mr. Arbery and away from the McMichael defendants.
No, sir, that's not correct. He turns back towards where he has seen where Mr. Arbery has been running and where the McMichaels have passed in the vehicle. He goes back in that direction.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that although it's the long way, this is a path for Mr. Bryant to return to his home?
Going back to Zalewood and coming around, yes, sir.
It's the long way, right?
Yes, sir.
It's not easy turning into the driveway because of the bushes there at the corner, is it?
I've never tried to turn into the bushes from that direction, so I wouldn't know.
But he could go home that way.
Yes, sir, he could.
But going home this way is the shorter way,
Yes, sir, as far as distance-wise,
and it's the easier way.
certainly the shorter way.
Okay. And when Mr. Bryan comes back down, he gets the video on, am I correct?
The video's playing throughout the time he's making the three-point turn. He picks the video back up. Yes,
Right.
sir.
Well, there's no reason for him, there would be no reason for Mr. Bryan to pick the phone up and video him driving back home, would there? That wouldn't make any sense.
I don't know. No, sir, I guess not. I don't know why he would videotape himself going back home. That's for some reason I don't know about.
Unless it's a holiday, do you videotape yourself going back home?
No, sir, not normally.
Okay. So the fact that Mr. Bryan is leaving the cell phone on the seat or on his lap or wherever would be consistent with him going home when he says he's going to keep going.
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't say, the question was consistent. That's not speculation. That's
Restate your question.
So Mr. Bryan leaving his cell phone in his lap or on the seat and not trying to record would be consistent with him going home, with him keep going, as you hear on the video.
No, sir, my understanding was that he put the phone down so he could have both hands to steer his vehicle. Then he had it turned around, and then he picks up the phone once he sees Mr. Arbery. He doesn't turn it off.
Okay. Where in Mr. Bryan's statement to Mr. Sechrist, Agent Sechrist, does he say that?
Say which part, sir? That's my understanding of taking his thing with it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So when the video comes back on, Mr. Bryan is headed back the other direction.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, you've listened to the video. How many
Yes.
times now?
I couldn't count a lot.
Probably more than you'd like to.
Very much so, sir.
Okay. What kind of truck does Mr. Bryan drive?
Just give me a second. Let me review my notes with it, sir. I believe he drives a Chevrolet vehicle, but I'd have to check the case file to find out.
Now, that year, that model comes with 3 different engines.
I don't know, sir.
Do you know whether Mr. Bryan's got the souped up version or if he's got the basic version?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. Well, do you know whether it's an automatic or whether it's a manual?
I'd have to review back the case file. I don't recall offhand.
Well, can you count the number of shift changes, gear changes that Mr. Bryan is making in the video?
I have not tried to count the number of gear changes or shift changes that he's made in the video, no, sir.
Because that would tell you how many times Mr. Bryan could be turning around, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. It would tell you how many times he changed gears.
Well, you can tell when you put a car in park, don't you?
It depends on the car, sir. I can't say I've ever taken any kind of stock of the sound of a car being put in park.
So you basically, you can't tell from listening to that video that your explanation of Mr. Bryan's path of travel is incorrect.
That's incorrect? No, sir. My take of the video is that that's the path of travel. I believe it is correct.
Okay. And the video picks up, where does the video, is it, the video picks up here immediately when he turns around?
Shortly after he turns around, the video picks up very quickly after he turns around at the 3-point. That's the reason why you see that mailbox to the left. That's when the video picks up. And then as the video is up as he travels, and then you'll see Mr. Arbery by the blue mailbox, which is on towards the curve.
Well, you'd agree if Mr. Bryan continues traveling in the opposite direction from Mr. Arbery, at that point he's given up the chase.
If he would have turned and went down Zellwood, hypothetically, would that mean he'd given up the chase? Yes, sir. But he didn't. He turned and went back towards Mr. Arbery.
Well, we know he turned around.
Yes, sir.
And
we
at
did.
that point, he's videoing the path that he's on. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
It's the best, clearest quality video we have on this occasion. It's the only one.
Of the shooting you're talking
Yeah.
about? Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the only video I know
Consistent,
of.
and that would be consistent with someone who at this point in time is simply trying to observe the events.
No, I wouldn't say that, sir. No, sir.
It wouldn't be consistent with Mr. Bryan trying to be a witness to whatever is about to happen.
Sir, I don't believe he was just a witness in what happened. So,
Well,
whether,
I'm not asking you what you believe.
Well, you asked me if it would be consistent, so the answer is
Yes.
no, because he wasn't a witness, therefore videotaping. I don't understand your question.
Okay. If Mr. Bryan, having abandoned the pursuit of Mr. Arbery, had decided he wanted to record what was happening, and he turns around to do that, the video, the last part of that video is consistent with that.
It would be consistent with that or consistent with the fact that he was still pursuing Mr. Arbery, trying to box him in between two different vehicles.
And a jury will have to decide what Mr. Bryan's intentions were at that time, am I correct?
My understanding is that's their role, yes, sir.
Certainly not your role or mine.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Bryan comes back down, you know what? Start the footage again.
Which one?
Back down the road. No, I take that back. Can you switch to the video?
The video?
The video.
Is it this one, the 190 Brian Cell somebody?
Yeah, we could try that.
Move fast, Miss Burton, no pressure. Keep going, you're good. Stop. That's the K-turn, isn't it?
No, sir, it was back there where you could hear the gravel.
Well, then where's this turn?
I didn't hear a turn, sir.
Well, why are we shifting gears twice at that point?
I don't know if you, I have no idea,
Okay.
sir.
All
I'm
right.
telling you, that's not my understanding
Go ahead.
of where the turn is. You hear the gravel earlier in the
All right,
video.
fair enough. I don't want to argue with you. I'm sorry. If I came across the way, my apologies. You can start the video. Stop. This camera angle, is it looking directly at Mr. Arbery in the truck?
No, sir, it's not.
It's looking to the right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
To the right would be Mr. Arbery's path of escape, would it not?
Could be, yes, sir.
Other than the fact that Mr. Albenzi might or might not be waiting down the street. That's the path out of the neighborhood, is
That
it
is the
not?
path down Satilla Drive, yes, sir. That is
Right.
one path outside the neighborhood, yes, sir.
What would be the other path?
Back to Zellwood, going back up.
Okay. From where Mr. Arbery is positioned out there at the end of Holmes, what's the shorter way for him to get out in the
It
neighborhood?
would be going up Satilla Drive.
Okay. And so does it surprise you that Mr. Bryan's got his cell phone pointed that direction as if he's expecting Mr. Arbery to run across the lawn?
That's not how I would interpret that, Counselor.
Fair enough. Go ahead. Stop. Mr. Arbery's moved to the right of the pickup truck
Yes, sir,
immediately
moving on there.
prior to stopping the video. And again, Mr. Bryan's cell phone is pointed at just to the right of the intersection of Holmes and Satilla, correct?
That's the way it's facing at this point, yes, sir, but the camera is drifting around quite a bit. My interpretation is not that it's being pointed in that direction, more so than it's somebody trying to operate a vehicle and hold a phone at the same time. It bounces quite a bit.
Well, we can agree that Mr. Bryan's not winning any awards here for cinematography, correct?
It's bouncing around quite a bit, yes, sir.
But again, Mr. Bryan's got his cell phone pointed to the right, to the exit path, the escape path for Mr. Arbery.
At this instance, yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead. Stop. So again, Mr. Bryan is trying to follow Mr. Arbery's path of travel.
He is that, yes, sir.
So when Mr. Arbery, instead of going to the right to go out of the neighborhood, turns left and towards Mr. McMichael, then Mr. Bryan pivots his camera the other direction.
Again, my interpretation is he's trying to keep the camera on Mr. Arbery, but trying to operate a vehicle, it's drifting around quite a bit. That's my interpretation of it.
All right. And we can agree we'll let the jury decide what Mr. Bryan's intentions were.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. I have no further questions. You've been great.
Any redirect from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Agent. You may step down. You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, with the state resting, we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the evening. Just because the state has rested does not mean that all of the evidence is in this case necessarily. Again, you are not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else, or go looking for any information about the case, or allow anybody to approach you about the case, or discuss the case even in your presence of hearing until you've heard all of the evidence in the case. You have heard the closing arguments of counsel and received the final charge of the court. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjourn. It's going to shift a little bit tomorrow because there's some matters we're going to have to address before the court. We're going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So at 10 o'clock, we'll start back up with the evidence in the case. Again, with the instructions I've given you, have a good evening. Thank you for your attention here in the Superior Court of Glenn County. We'll see you in the morning.
All rise for the jury.
All right, so let's take a short recess. I'm going to try to address at least a few things this evening, and then we've got a little bit of time tomorrow morning to address a few more things, whatever may come up. Also tomorrow morning, just as a heads up, what I normally do with defendants with regard to their right to testify in this case, I generally put them up with their lawyer and walk them through their right and what their decision is to ensure that whatever that decision is has been made voluntarily. Normally I do that before we get into the defendant's case. So I'll plan to do that unless I hear from counsel and you wish to do it differently, but I do like to get, before we get into the case, what the defendant's decision is with regard to their right to testify. Okay, so we can wait until tomorrow to work through the details of that. I just want to make sure that we are clear about it. What I'd like to do, So need to move through a couple things. I'd like to take any motions or other matters that may be appropriately before the court with the state having rested. I've got at least 3 matters that Mr. Goff has before the court, 2 motions for reconsideration, and the motion with regard to the exclusion of certain individuals within the court. Let's take a short recess, and are the parties prepared to move forward with motions with the state having rested? Or do you wish to address that in the morning?
Speaking for Greg McMichael, in the morning, I don't think it would take very long. I could do it today, but a night's rest and a 10-minute argument, maybe 15.
Yeah, I just don't want to push too far into the morning, is the thing.
I'm at the court's discretion, whichever you prefer.
All right, let's go ahead and do those motions tomorrow morning. Let me go ahead and address then other matters then that are before the court. We're going to just take a short recess. I'll address the 2 motions for reconsideration, Mr. Goff's other motion that was filed this morning, then any other matters that may be before the court. And then tomorrow morning, I'll go ahead and address any motions appropriate after the state is rested, as well as make sure that I'm clear, or everyone's clear, I should say, on how we're going to address the defendant's right to testify and make sure that's appropriately on the record. All right, let's take 10 minutes. All right, I've got a number of motions filed on behalf of Mr. Bryan. Take them in the order that I have them in my stack. The first one I have is a motion to prohibit any further conduct that may intimidate or influence jurors or otherwise interfere with a fair trial. It was filed today. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, the motion sets forth the legal authorities and the factual basis for the motion in greater detail and specificity than it was brought to the court's attention earlier this week. Looking back over the case, it seems that during jury selection, not as many matters were brought to the court's attention as I had assumed. But those have now been brought to the court's attention by way of the exhibits attached to the motion. Your Honor, we are concerned about individuals consciously or unconsciously using the public gallery of the courtroom to influence jurors in this case, whether that's influence them, intimidate them, whatever. We've had instances during the jury selection process of nonverbal communications back and forth between the victim's family and one or more jurors. We've had several instances of outbursts in the courtroom. We've had notable people in the courtroom who have no apparent connection to the victim's family in this case. We do have a jury assembly room which seats ample numbers of people. I think the Supreme Court precedent makes, although it's technically an open question, all the justices that have commented on it have either outright rejected the idea that individual members of the public have First Amendment rights in the public gallery, or suggested that it is intuitively not obvious that they have such rights. If the Arbery family has a minister or ministers that are their pastors or members of their church or otherwise, that's one thing. But just trotting in pastor after pastor after pastor, including pastors from other parts of the country that they have no apparent ministerial relationship with, is inappropriate here. And there's no reason, given the high-profile nature of this case and all the other unusual activities, protest marches and other things, there's just no reason to take that risk. We also have asked the court previously, and renewed that by written motion, is to identify the individuals who are sitting in the public gallery during the proceedings in this case. Otherwise, Your Honor, we, and I speak for Mr. Bryan, and whether co-counsel feel constrained to join in or not, that's for them to decide. But from Mr. Bryan's perspective, we're trying to make a record here. I'm not trying to be difficult or make anyone uncomfortable, but we can't have a record take up on appeal with respect to the impact of what's going on in the gallery without having that documentation. And I think the case law, although it is a relatively, the body of case law in this area is limited, but from what's there, I think the case law also seems to indicate that the court can't simply wait until something happens. We can't wait for disaster to strike. That the court has a duty, to the extent it can do so, to head off issues with the public gallery before they create prejudice to the clients, before they necessitate a mistrial. And we're simply asking the court to be more proactive. My understanding, and it's referenced in the exhibit, I think it's the first exhibit from the Community First Planning Commission, I think that's what it is. They have a huge rally planned for Thursday. Hundreds of pastors from across the country are going to be here for that. That is not something that is in response to anything that took place in this courthouse or during this trial. It is clear from the website of the organization, which has stated in more than once that my client, along with others in this case, are quote-unquote murderers, and they seek justice for Ahmaud, for Mr. Arbery. They have exceeded the capacity, the pastors who belong to that group, and I have not identified them. There's 21 apparently, black pastors in the community. They have gone, in that Facebook page and their website, they've gone beyond merely ministering to members of their flocks, whether consciously or unconsciously. And I think that conduct is such, in conjunction with the conduct of counsel, civil counsel for the Arbery family, Mr. Merritt and Mr. Crump, and in conjunction with the Transformative Justice Coalition and all these other groups, when you look at the big picture, I think that we are rightly concerned about the ability of Mr. Bryan to receive a fair trial if we keep bringing people in this courtroom for who have no other apparent purpose other than by their mere presence to attempt to influence the jury in the case. Your Honor, the exhibits, I think, clarify maybe in ways that weren't clear during the jury selection process how all these different groups connect together and what their purposes are. Several of these groups are created specifically as a result of the death of Mr. Arbery. So again, we're asking the court to allow us to have a record that we can take up on appeal and ask the court to take proactive measures to ensure that the presence of people in the gallery isn't violating the rights of our clients. I am told, I do not know whether that's true, that some of the pastors are packing in the sense that they are bringing their lawyers with them. And apparently, I'm told, of course, you know what rumor and speculation and gossip are like in a small town, that there'll be motions coming to be filed with the court in advance of their appearance. But that doesn't change our position, which as Mr. Bryan's right to a fair trial is paramount. And since there are no First Amendment rights to have content in the public gallery, then there's no First Amendment consideration there weighing against it. It's not an issue of public right access to the courts or the court proceedings because they're on national TV and they're not available on a big screen in the jury assembly room. And although this court has labeled me reprehensible or...
label you reprehensible. Let's be clear about that. That was not specific. I was talking about some comments that were made. So I checked to make sure because I wanted to make sure that I did not direct that at you personally. Those comments were the reason I felt that at that time I needed to address where the court was on things. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
It is, and to be fair, like I said last night, looking back over it, I don't think the Community First Planning Commission, that group of pastors, I don't know that we specifically addressed that with any of the jurors during jury selection. So maybe I assumed too much. I will say, judging by my phone being blown up in my emails, that certainly the general public has interpreted the words of the court in a different manner than perhaps you and I did.
Well, just to be clear, I've said over and over again to all counsel here that personal attacks are not an appropriate, the court is not an appropriate place for personal attacks. You can comment on what's happening in the court, but do not direct it at anyone personally. So that's why I wanted to make sure it was clear that was not a personal attack on the court's behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. From my perspective, though, I suspect I'll be getting, continuing to get love letters and messages for days to come. But be that as it may, Your Honor, we are asking the court to take stronger steps to ensure the right of the defendants to a fair trial in advance of the events planned for this Thursday.
We join, Your Honor.
If I understand the motion, it is the remedy that's asked for is for the court to take note on the record in some way of who is in the gallery every day. If that is what this motion is, I don't see any harm in that, especially given the potential harm, as Mr. Sheffield said yesterday, the 2 strikes we've already had. Other than that, I don't adopt, other than that remedy that's being sought here.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The motion that is before the court, the written motion, has been addressed by the court on at least 2 occasions, and the court's indicated its position. I'm not going to replow that ground. The court's position on the record, when the motions are made verbally, remains the position of the court. I understand that this was to document the record to make sure that the court had
the legal authority that was being relied upon, as well as some of the additional information here from the defendant. So, to the extent this is a renewed motion, a motion for reconsideration, or otherwise, the court's ruling is on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a second plea in bar, speedy trial violation, and motion for reconsideration.
May I?
Go ahead, sir.
I think everyone has a copy of that. I think I provided copies before. Your Honor, this is not simply a motion for reconsideration. Our contention is the court has to consider all the same factors anew. Since that was in June, we're now in November. We would like to add testimony, limited testimony, of Mr. Bryan on the speedy trial issue with respect to prejudice. And I don't know if the court wants Mr. Bryan to take the witness stand or whether he can testify from his place. That testimony would not be extensive.
Yeah, no, I can see him where he is. I think the court reporter can hear him. It's probably the easiest thing to do. And just to be very clear, the defendant's being sworn in for the limited purpose of addressing the prejudice prong under the speedy trial claim that was filed, ruled upon, and is now back before the court on a second plea in bar and motion for reconsideration, and we're not going outside any prejudice claimed under that claimed violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Everybody understand what we're doing?
Yes, Judge.
I'm looking at the state.
I know you are. Yes, Judge, I understand.
Okay. Have you spoken with your client about being sworn in and testifying?
I have, Your Honor. He's expecting it.
I'm not sure what that means. So have you spoken with your client about testifying before the court and some of the perils associated with doing so?
I have not explained to him that his testimony is under oath, but I believe at this point Mr. Bryan is aware of that.
Why don't you take a
Subject to
moment?
prosecution for false statement or perjury.
And as I understand the limited purpose of what he's being sworn in for, what the potential perils of going beyond that limited purpose.
If Mr. Bryan were to go beyond talking about the conditions of his confinement, he could potentially open doors.
Okay. Why don't you talk to your client real quick, just so I'm
Yes, Your Honor.
satisfied that that discussion has occurred.
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Bryan, if you stand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, have a seat.
And although it's more formal than normal, given that Mr. Bryan's going to be sitting, it may be easier for me to sit down. I don't want him to think I'm talking down at him.
Then that's fine. Just like to make sure you speak so the court reporter can hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Bryan, where are you currently residing?
Glenn County Detention Center.
How long have you been there, sir?
I think about 18 months.
Would you describe your incarceration as oppressive?
I'm sorry?
Would you describe your incarceration as oppressive?
Yes, sir.
And by that, you mean no disrespect to the sheriff, do you?
No.
Can you describe for the court your daily routine over the past 18 months, approximately 18 months, 17 months, whatever it is?
Well, except, as you know, the last 3 weeks we've been here, but before that, it's you get up at 5 o'clock, try to get your breakfast. You have a certain hour that you come out a day, so I'm locked down for 23 hours other than that.
Well, let's talk about that. Are you telling the court that you've basically been in lockdown or solitary confinement for the entire time you've been incarcerated?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And by that, you're telling the court that you spend 23 hours a day in an individual cell.
That's correct.
You don't have a bunkmate?
No, sir.
Okay. And could you describe briefly for the court that cell? Is it paneled? Is it sheetrock or is it cinder block?
No, sir. It's cinder block, probably about 8 by 12, something like that.
8 by 12, you think?
Yeah.
Okay. And the toilet that you use is stainless steel?
Correct.
All right. Are there any windows to the outside world in this room?
No, sir.
Okay. Are there any windows to your room at all?
The exterior room that I can see out to, there is a sun roof, you know.
So there is a glass panel in the door of your cell?
Yeah, probably 6 inches wide, 36 inches tall, something like that.
And for 23 hours a day, the only daylight you can see is if you look out that window to see sunlight coming in a skylight in the big part of the building?
Yes, correct.
Do you have a television in your room?
No, not in my room.
Is there a television in your pod?
There is in the pod.
And how big a television is that?
30 inches, maybe.
And how far away is that from your door?
Probably 30 foot, 40 foot.
Do you have a remote for this television?
No, sir.
All right. So do you have any other source of news or information other than watching that 30-inch TV from some distance away?
No.
All right. And when you have your meals, you indicated you have several meals a day?
Yes. Breakfast and at lunch, we get a hot meal and then a bag dinner.
Now, are you going down to a cafeteria somewhere for those, or is that food being brought to you?
No, it comes to my room, to myself.
And that's for your own protection, am I correct?
Correct.
This solitary confinement, this lockdown, is not a result of disciplinary action by the sheriff. It's a reflection of the need to provide your personal safety.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a shower in your room?
No, sir.
Where's the shower?
It's, you know, at the bottom of the pod, community shower, I guess you want to call it.
All right. Can you take a shower whenever you feel like it?
No, sir.
How many showers a day are you allowed?
One in a 24-hour period. Well, I say that's what it's supposed to be. Sometimes it runs out to about close to 36 hours.
Now, is there a specific time, set time every day when you get to shower?
Not at all. No. It could be 8:30 in the morning, or it could be 4:30 a.m. in the morning.
I take it other people in your pod are also in protective custody?
Yes, sir. That's what that pod is.
Which means that the people in protection can't fraternize with each other either, am I correct?
No, sir.
So how many showers are there?
4 or 5.
Okay, but only one can be used at a time by,
Yes, sir.
by people in protective custody?
Correct.
All right, so the sheriff has to rotate everyone in protective custody to the showers one at a time through the day.
That's right.
And in order to be fair, the detention center rotates y'all through at different times of the day.
That's right.
So your shower might be at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
Okay. And during that hour that you're out, you can also walk about the common area?
That's right.
Okay. Now, since you've been detained at the Glenn County Detention Center, to be fair, you're technically detained, you're not incarcerated. Have there been some global pandemic come up?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes called COVID-19?
COVID-19, Corona, yes, sir.
How has that impacted your time in the detention center?
Thankfully, I mean, that I know of, we've had no outbreak per se in our pod. We have in the jail, and that has affected some of the staff. where they've had a good bit of rollover and things of that nature. As far as directly inside the pod, hasn't really affected me.
But it's been a fear.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And in fact, do you know whether at least one detention center officer died of COVID during the pandemic?
At least one, unfortunately.
All right. Do you have any power as a pretrial detainee in protective custody to protect yourself against COVID-19?
No, there's not. They give us a mask.
All right. I believe, did you testify previously about your health conditions?
No, I haven't testified yet, I don't believe.
Okay. As we sit here today, you have no acute health concerns, am I correct?
Right now, the only concern would be my blood pressure, and it is managed right now.
All right. There have been times in the past when it was not managed as well?
Most definitely not managed as well. It probably just now got, probably in the last 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, where it's managed.
All right. Let me ask you about visitation.
Okay.
Okay. As a pretrial detainee in protective custody, do you have any in-person visits with family, friends, ministers?
No.
Let me rephrase that. Do you know what a contact visit is?
Yes, I do.
Are you permitted, since you've been detained, or since COVID started last year, have you been permitted any contact visits with friends or family or your pastor?
Just my lawyer.
I take it that's me?
That's correct.
Unless you're hiding somebody from me. Okay. Has it been difficult for you not to be able to have any physical contact with members of your family since your arrest?
Yes, most definitely.
And when they do visit, how many hours a week are they able to visit you?
On the monitor?
Well, on the monitor. First, let's tell the judge about the monitor.
Well, I mean, when I first got there, I need to back up a little bit because I was in medical isolation, and I'm not exactly sure why I was there because medical issues wasn't a factor at that point, but I stayed there for 3 months. At that point, I had non-contact visitation, which is through the glass.
Okay.
And
Like
then,
when you say glass, you're like old-fashioned glass, like a window
yeah,
with a telephone.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right, and then what happened?
Through about 3 months down the road, I got put in the pod, protective custody pod. So that caused visitations to go to the video monitor.
All right, so basically, you're seeing folks on a video that are at a remote location in the jail.
Correct.
And you get...
I don't leave the pod there in the visitation center.
Right. And how many hours a month can you do that? How many hours a week can you do that?
Twice a week, 15 minutes each.
All right. And other than your lawyer, that's basically the limit on your contact with the outside world?
Yes, sir, it is.
Other than phone calls?
Phone calls, yeah.
Okay. As long as you pay for them, you can make all the calls you want?
Right.
All right. While you've been incarcerated, have there been issues with family and friends?
Yes, I mean, there's always issue with family and friends, so it hasn't stopped, yeah.
Has it been difficult for you being detained all this time, not to be able to participate in their lives as they get sick or die or
Yes.
have other life events?
Yes, sir, most definitely.
I have no further questions for Mr. Bryan.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
That is all the evidence we wish to present, Your Honor.
All right, record being closed. Any further argument on the motion for reconsideration? I was just going back over it, just to be clear. It's motion for reconsideration. The court entered an order on June 15th, 2021, and at the time, that was a relatively lengthy order. Let's see. It's like a 6-page order, well, 5.5-page order. And in it specifically addressed the trial date scheduled for October 18th, which is the date that we began. and went through all of the factors. And again, the evidence that we just heard simply addresses the fourth factor, which is the prejudice. So that being where we are, Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, I'm not going to re-argue the Barker v. Wingo standards. I'm just going to suggest to the court that with the passage of additional time and the additional evidence presented with respect to hardship, the only real bone of contention I would have is the court seems to have limited the last factor, the prejudice factor, essentially to prejudice to the defense in court, which is certainly the most weighty consideration the court's required to consider. But I would humbly suggest to the court that the constitutional standard is broader than that. It doesn't matter. You can still have a speedy trial violation even if defendant's substantive rights at trial are not impacted simply by the length or hardness or other conditions of pretrial detention. I think that's clear from the precedents, and I would humbly suggest that your court did not give adequate consideration to such issues in its original order, and I would urge the court to perhaps address that issue, particularly with the additional evidence presented in what I presume will be a subsequent written order on the second plea in bar.
Anything from the state?
Your Honor, this is a motion for reconsideration of your order. There's nothing new here for the reconsideration. We've heard about the conditions at the jail, which are what everyone's experiencing out at the Glenn County Jail. There is nothing new here, and his ability to prepare his case has not been impaired in any way. He has contact visits with his lawyer, access to a telephone to talk as much as he wants, 2 times a week, 15-minute video conferences. So at this point in time, none of this criteria takes us out of the Barker v. Wingo factors that were already decided. And there are numerous factors, and then the 3 parts for prejudice. And this is only one of the parts, and it's not even the part weighted heavily. So Mr. Goff has failed to, or Defendant Bryan has failed to bring anything to this court for your reconsideration. We ask that you deny the motion.
All right. The court's considered, or I've read through the second plea in bar. First, the court notes that, technically it's untimely. It's outside the term of court upon which the original order was entered. So as a motion for reconsideration, it would be untimely. That's State v. Ross, 293 Georgia, 834 was actually a plea in bar case. But beyond that, the second plea in bar raises no additional issues. The first order, the first motion, was addressed through an order which specifically addressed the court date that was the beginning date for this trial, October 18th, 2021. We do have some additional information with regard to the fourth prong. The court's already addressed all of the other prongs and exactly how we got there, and having considered the evidence presented here today, finds that there is not sufficient prejudice to the accused under the fourth prong in order to grant the plea in bar. So that will be the order of the court. The final motion I have is the motion for reconsideration of the special demur as to count 7 and the alternative requested jury charge and special verdict form for count 7 of the indictment. Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, my first inquiry is I may have electronically filed it. I don't know if the McMichael defendants or the state have copies of it. I have extra copies, so if there's any doubt, I just assume provide them. Your Honor, I'm pleased that the court has allowed us to address the motion for reconsideration on the special demur as to count 7, which also has requested jury charge and special verdict form attached. I'm guessing that this motion for reconsideration is not in the same term of court in which the original order was entered. So I have an abundance of caution. I'll orally modify that as a second special demur. Special demurs can be filed even during the trial, so it's certainly timely. Your Honor, I do think with the motions for directed verdict coming in the morning, this is an excellent time to address this issue because it relates to count 7. And Your Honor, I'm not going to reread all the paragraphs of that motion, but it seems pretty clear that, notwithstanding the authority cited by the court previously, that the way the state has charged count 7, alleging assault with one and or both pickup trucks and with 3 different defendants, either as parties to the crime or as principals, when the indictment doesn't specify how it's being, it's not just a matter of providing notice as to the nature of the weapon. In this case, and it's a constitutional issue, Your Honor, which can't be sidestepped by cases that are factually and legally in terms of the charges different. In this case, the state is alleging potentially a dozen different aggravated assault counts in one without telling the defendants exactly what they're defending against. We also have 2 different competing theories here, which will be important in the morning. Is the state contending that Mr. Bryan intended to strike Mr. Arbery with his vehicle? Or is the state contending that Mr. Arbery was reasonably in fear of receiving a violent injury? I mean, those are 2 different ways of charging aggravated assault that are kind of lumped together. Now, if the state is proceeding on an intent to injure theory, that Mr. Bryan was attempting to strike Mr. Arbery with his vehicle, then all kinds of lesser offenses come into play. If the state is contending that, not that Mr. Bryan was attempting to strike Mr. Arbery, but that whether he intended to do so or not, Mr. Arbery was reasonably placed in fear of receiving an injury, then that takes us right back to where we were a long time ago, that the state's fundamental contention that what's going through Mr. Arbery's mind is not relevant, that the only thing that's relevant here is what's in the minds of the defendants, that gives the lie to that position. Because if the state's proceeding here under an aggravated assault theory that's based not on the intent of the defendant, but on the understanding and the fears what's going through the mind of the victim, then that's a pretty important consideration. But in terms of how we charge this jury in this case, maybe I'm overthinking it, but there's so many different ways a jury could come back with a verdict of aggravated assault in this case, depending on what legal position you're coming from and what the factual basis is. How do we assure jury unanimity in this case? 6 jurors think one person's a principal, another person's a party to the crime. 6 jurors think that the assault took place with the McMichael's truck. 6 jurors think the assault took place with Mr. Michael's truck. Or 5 of each, and 2 think it was some combination of both. There's no way, as count 7 is presented to this court, I would respectfully submit, it's not a question, it's not a challenge to the court's legal or intellectual knowledge or skill. It is a fundamental truth here that there is no way to charge this jury with all the different ways this can happen and to assure that a jury verdict is going to be unanimous. There's so many different ways that this can be looked at that the defendants are not meaningfully on notice of what they're defending against. If they're convicted, I don't know how you're going to apply double jeopardy to it, and I don't know how you're going to have determine whether a verdict is unanimous. The state has basically created this kitchen sink count that subsumes multiple different legal theories, multiple different ways things can be done, and there's no way to sort it out. And I'm just suggesting that before we get to the directed verdict stage, which is problematic for the state on count 7, but I don't think we get there, because I think this court's obligation in this situation, now having heard all the evidence and had the benefit of a lot more information as to the charges, as opposed to where we were when the court first considered the question. Where we are now I believe that the court will reluctantly be constrained to agree that the demur as to count 7 needs to be granted.
Anything from the remaining defendants?
I'd like a chance to read it and consider it if I could, unless you're ready to rule on it.
I'm going to hear from the state. I'll be very candid. What I'm probably going to end up doing is taking it under advisement until tomorrow morning and addressing it at the same time as the directed verdicts, or motions for directed verdicts, which I assume are coming. I don't want to presume for anybody, but I assume they're coming. From the state?
Yes, so first off, this is untimely. However, it's a motion for reconsideration of something you've already ruled on, and the state's position is that the language does track the statute, which is all that is required and is necessary. A demur basically means that they have no notice of what's going to happen. This appears to be, we have trouble with a verdict form. I've looked over the verdict form, which, Your Honor, and I don't want to presume, I'm assuming, and this is just an assumption on my part, that Defendant Bryan will have his own verdict form, that Defendant Travis McMichael will have his own verdict form, and that Greg McMichael will have his own verdict form. And the way, of course, Mr. Goff has proposed this, I don't believe is legal, because the defendants have been indicted as parties to the crime. And there is absolutely nothing, no law that supports a designation that the jury has to write, I'm finding him as guilty as the principal or as the party, or that he helped and that's why I'm finding him a party to the crime. There's absolutely nothing that requires the jury to do that. They can find certain people acted as a party to a crime. They can find Greg McMichael guilty of this as a party to the crime, even though he didn't have his hands on the steering wheel at all. So that, of course, party to a crime argument is disingenuous, as is this verdict form, which...
Characterization as a motion or argument is being disingenuous here. I thought it was the state saying we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions or assuming the worst.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say Mr. Goff was being disingenuous. The argument itself that somehow a jury has to designate a principal or party or some sort of designation is not what the law is. And so therefore arguing that without any supporting case law, it's unsupported. In addition, all of the jury charges that Mr. Goff has put on here are not the pattern current jury charges. So the argument does not even follow the law as it is right now with the pattern jury charges from the Superior Court Council. So given all of those things, we ask that the special demur be denied based on what we argued before and the untimeliness and the fact that the requirements that the defendant is asking for are unsupported by the law.
All right. Any final word then, Mr. Goff?
Your Honor, the requirement that a jury verdict be unanimous, that's never untimely. And that's a huge issue here. The fact that defendants are entitled to a fair trial, that's always an issue here. And I would be shocked if the court would proceed to present things to a jury that would otherwise be inappropriate on the state's theory that somehow it's untimely. There are special demur issues that can be untimely, but constitutional problems in the presentation of the case to a jury cannot be avoided. And I'm not the one who drafted the indictment. That was the district attorney's office that did that. I'm not even sure that was Ms. Dunikowski, but her office did it. And here we are. And again, and that's the point I would ask the court to ponder overnight, how do we ensure a unanimous verdict given all the different directions the state can take? And is the court really comfortable with the idea that the state, who gets the last word in the last portion of their closing statement, gets to tell defendants and defense counsel for the first time, after there's no opportunity to present evidence and no opportunity to argue, what their actual theory of aggravated assault is going to be? Because I think what we do know, having listened to the opening statement made by Ms. Dunikowski, that whatever theory of aggravated assault they have, it can't be the one they presented to the jury in their opening statement, because that one's just not going to fly. So whatever other theory, whatever their real theory is, if they have one, we're certainly entitled to know what it is before they get up at the end of the case with the last word.
All right, as I indicated, I'm going to take the matter under advisement, and we'll go ahead and address that in the morning. What I am hoping to do tomorrow morning is convene at 9 o'clock for any motions properly presented to the court based upon the state resting its case in chief, and be ready. It sounds like at least some of the announcements were, I'm cautiously optimistic that we will be ready at 10 o'clock then, Mr. Goff, for your opening statement, and then plan to get into the evidence right after Mr. Goff's opening. Well, no, let me back up. Directed verdicts, also get on the record what the defendant's positions are with regard to testifying, whether they've been informed by counsel of their rights and understand their rights, and then get into Mr. Goff's opening statement, and then any evidence that would be presented. Anything from the state?
No, Judge, not this time.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryant.
No, Your Honor.
All right, we are in recess then until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.